freedom. And the always continuing clamor of American politics and Western politics for these can last a long time. But the truthful, realistic, and brave political philosophies last forever. And that's why we at the Reagan Institute feel, and indeed are convinced, and tonight we are proud to give the bully pulpit and this stage to a man who stands for so many of the principles of Reaganism. Please welcome President Zelensky.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ryan, thank you for your and for your visits to Ukraine to see how important it is to win now, to prevail over the Russian war and terror, to win so that the words said in the 20th century remain valid and relevant today. Strategy for peace has always been simple. Be strong enough, be within even for a moment that the war might pay. These are the words of Ronald Reagan. And he said this in 1988. To repeat them now, here, on the eve of the NATO summit in Washington. Time passes, but more and more people reflect. These are the words about America. America, which the world values, is grateful to, wants to see leading the world as only America can. Reagan delivered this speech on February 23. The next February date, the 24th, of the greatest challenge both to Reagan's legacy and to the rules-based world order, the order that President Reagan wanted to preserve at any time. Is it preserved now? Ladies and gentlemen, let's be, and I want to be, is waiting for November. Americans are waiting for November in Europe, Middle East, Indo-Pacific, the whole too, but killing and destroying to get ready, to be ready for everything what November might bring. Even the anniversary NATO summit, which should become a top event, does not indeed look strong in the media, in contrast to what is expected from November. A historic event, but it is in the shadows of another story. It's time to step out of the shadows, to make strong decisions work, to act and not to wait for November or any other month to this end. We must be strong and uncompromising all together. And first of all, America, and uncompromising in defending democracy, uncompromising against Putin and his coterie, uncompromising to every possible terror. Exactly what all Ukrainians were on the 24th of February 2022. Millions of the people of the world and millions of Americans, exactly what President Biden. Thank you. And when Putin decided to break everything dear to us, we all acted as one. We didn't wait a single day and even minute. We were surviving every day, and we could lose. And democracy can win even when it seemed impossible. Then what happened now? When did it step into the shadows? To delay, then act. That partial solutions are better than victory. And when it started to appear that to defend freedom is allegedly put Putin in place for blackmailing the whole world is allegedly unprofitable. When and why did it happen? The world cannot be a leader and a world dream maker without caring for world affairs. America should not shy away from its strengths. It is America that keeps values America, America which acts. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 35 years since President Reagan left the White House, and this is what was imprinted in world history, in the experience that was gained then and still helps us today. And even Reagan's words came from what America did and how correctly America used time. As a result, in our European history and in US, he still does, and he had it. And now we all need exactly this, leadership that does not wait for any every day strongly so that life wins and so that our enemies such as Putin fear our actions. A few examples for you. In May, an important victory. We stopped the Russian advance on Kharkiv, the second largest Ukrainian city, located very close to the Russian border, arranged to shell Kharkiv. But the courage of our men and women, as well as the American permission to strike military targets in Russia. To you, I'm grateful to President Biden for this permission and to everyone in the Congress who helped. This Russian advance has been hitting Kharkiv for more than 2 years on a daily basis. And this gave Kharkiv protection from missile strikes. Imagine how much we can achieve when all limitations are lifted. Similarly, now we can protect our cities from Russian gun allows us to destroy Russian military aircrafts on their bases. This will also yield an instant result. And we are waiting for this step. Southern Ukraine and push the occupier out of there if American leadership assists us with the necessary deep strike capabilities against Russian military. And we are talking about this to all our partners, and all these steps would strengthen us as today exceptional decision of the US and partners to provide air defense interceptors for Ukraine. Ukrainian people are grateful for that. Thank you so much. And our actions to attain peace. We held the first peace summit attended by 101 countries and international organizations, and I'm grateful to the US for participating, pair with Kim Jong-un, just to have more artillery, missiles, and mines so that Russia can hold on at least until the end of the year. Although he does receive weapons, Putin still shows how much weaker the conspiracy of dictators is compared to the power this year based on the peace formula, even more powerful and truly decisive. We need the support from the US. Ladies and gentlemen, today in several of our Ukrainian cities, Kyiv, Kryvyi Rih, a mourning was announced in memory of the victims, and during rush hour, more than 40 missiles of various types. One hit a children's hospital, specialized hospital with cancer, heart diseases. 43 people were killed by this attack, almost 200 wounded. Russia always knows where its missiles hit, always. A direct hit and a hospital building, these doctors, ordinary people, rescuers, all together clearing the debris, trying to save as many Did anyone who found themselves under the rubble ready to wait months? No, of course not, because alive. When it is needed to beat enemies, you beat enemies. You act, you prevail. This is how you win wars. And this is who Ukrainians are. And that is why I'm proud of Ukrainians, and I'm proud to be Ukrainian. And this is how we. How much longer can Putin last? The answer to this question is right here in Washington. Your leadership, your actions, your choice, the choice to act now. And even these days at NATO summit, and when we are counting on them, for 75 years, Europeans could be confident that no matter the friction within the alliance, no one, when talking to Russia, would trade the membership of European nations. But why does Moscow hope for this? Is a NATO member cause more fear? Not in Moscow. For decades, the world has relied on borders. But will these principles remain in force? We, in Ukraine, and all other neighbors of Russia, including those to whom America has alliance commitments, need answers. Our people are doing their best, the best of what is available to us in Ukraine. The harder it is for Putin to make war. He still thinks that war might pay. He still thinks that the lives of free nations. His personal story must finally end so that the story of peace becomes lasting. Together with America, the world is capable of doing the right things. And when we all act strong enough, determined enough, Putins can repel. Because America, as you know, is too great for small deeds. Don't wait months. America can be great every day. Thank you so much for your support. Slava Ukraine.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Brett Baier of Fox News.
Okay.
The last time we talked, it was on the 2-year anniversary of the war in eastern Ukraine, about a mile from Russian forces on the front lines. A lot different environment here without artillery coming and going. As this has developed since I last saw you 6 months ago.
Can I answer Ukrainian?
Ideally English crowd, but we'd love it.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's right. Difficult situation. Putin wanted very much to occupy us quickly. Thank you so much for bipartisan decision of the package. And it was very, it was equipped our brigades. But always we have this challenge that from the moment of decision to the moment of equipment, you stood and understands. So he has this information. He wanted to use this pause in more than half a year pause. Quickly, Kharkiv, where 1,500,000 people live now, very near to the border, but they live. And he attack them and push people to run out. That is the goal for him. He did it at the very beginning of the war. he did it. He tried to do it with a capital. And we wished our capital, I think, in our country. And so he tried, coming back to your question. So I lost some villages which are through the border, our border, but people, God bless, people have been saved. And we took 10 years, different people. I mean, this, because you know that he's not looking like yesterday, the day before yesterday, he attacked, and it doesn't matter for him whom to kill. Soldier, he moved people from these villages, and he didn't have success. God bless and help, and also our soldiers, of course, first of all, dozens, thousands of people. So the price of this operation for him was very high. So that is what been changed after our last meeting. Yes. And on the east, situation is difficult. We're still waiting for some equipment to equip brigades. So as I said, equipped it. Yeah, so that's why we don't use them. But I hope that everything will come, especially after NATO summit. We'll have some additional packages with air defense and etc. So that is situation shortly. You see, maybe in Ukrainian, I can answer shortly. if you want, I will. If you want, I will.
I do the Children's Hospital in Kyiv, and I can hear in your voice how much it hits you, especially as a father.
For me, it's, it's always for everybody. I think it's very sensitive. I'm the father. I'm the president. It's so difficult to lose people. It's so difficult and to lose children. And of course, you see these children are dying or dead. So it's you want to kill Putin at this moment. And of course, all of us, we want it very much. Really drinking something. He's not thinking. For him, it doesn't matter what's going on in Ukraine. So the attack was, what is the tragedy? It was not attack on, and something was not good with a missile or something. No, the missile was exactly to the hospital. It's not the first time.
Do you think that it was meant to strike the day before the start of the NATO summit?
That his signal. That's his signal the signal to NATO countries, to all our allies. This is the signal. He will live this way, and he will do this way.
We're defeating about 80% of the Russian air attacks, and I know the air defense systems, as you mentioned, are arriving after this 6-month delay. But I'm wondering if you're able to, as with the systems as you were once doing, now that these new systems are on the way?
So, systems of Patriots, they will help. They will help, of course. It's not enough. It's never enough. And you saw the result: attacks on Kyiv, on the capital. So, but you saw that this is not enough. And it can be enough, and these 5 systems will help a lot, but it will not. And the Russian army, they learn, they study each day. They're trying to attack systems to destroy Patriot, but it's not enough. They use different missiles, different drones, ballistic, etc. So I mean that, and we have not also to move to make strong steps with air defense, different kinds, more than one, and etc. So
yeah, you're hopeful. But let me ask you, ATACMS from firing at targets inside Russia, and the restricting the long-range U.S. HIMARS from firing inside Russia, unless an attack is imminent on some sense or some understanding of what these restrictions mean for your forces and their challenges as a result to conduct an effective campaign against Russia. Some of these bases, air bases,
Yes. So, okay, of course, we have permission to use HIMARS through the country. Is it enough? Of course not. It's only a little number of those troops and bases which from where Russia uses missiles. If you take the example of Kharkiv, so they attack they use per month 3,500. Do we have, of course, can we use Patriots or something similar? For example, yes. But can we? No. Because we doesn't have possibility to use 3,500 missiles of Patriots just to defending. That's why you can't use these guided bombs using jets, where the jets stay on their bases. Do we know these bases? Yes. Yes.
but you're not being allowed to.
But we can't. But somebody except us have to say yes. Yeah, stay on the distance from our border from 150 kilometers to 1,000. But mostly what is very important, from 150 to 500 kilometers. That means that if we have this, then we have, and if we can use it on the territory of Russia, especially on these military targets, if we can do it. Because the guided bomb is the difference between guided bomb and missiles. Of course, missiles can go 2,000 kilometers, yes, but thousands, they don't have thousands of missiles, but they have thousands of such guided bombs. And guided bombs, they can use 100 kilometers. That is the answer. Manage this problem and children will live, will be alive.
Are the restrictions also, you can't strike inside Crimea?
I hope no.
But you don't know?
But I don't know. Because to say to you honestly, and I have to do it, you will understand my English, yes?
Yes.
We can't use everything and everywhere in Crimea. You understand?
Let me ask you another question about Crimea.
Yeah, please.
Will you negotiate with Putin over Crimea if it would end the war?
He will never stop. I think he will love this idea very much, because he need pause in this war. He need pause. That's why I said he's waiting for November. Maybe the policy in the United States maybe will change. I hope that it will never change. And it's very important for him to understand and to know. If any one person, you understand. And that's why he's always waiting how to divide world, how to divide America, how to divide different countries in Europe. Pauses. To speak about Crimea, that the pause he need. He had Crimea. He occupied it in 2014, Crimea. Did he finish? No. Did he stop speaking that he needs Crimea and Donbass and that's all? He's a liar, because he had it before full-scale invasion. He had it, especially Crimea war.
You say everyone is looking towards November.
Yes.
How closely are you following the day-to-day politics here in Washington and in the U.S.?
I think sometimes we are closer than you, Brett.
I don't know about that.
I know, I'm not sure. Yes, and of course, it's not about any messages to be influential. No, this is the choice of American people, and we respect it, of course. But we are trying to understand what will be, because our people, all the changes in the United States. If they will have one or another direction if the direction will not biggest strategic partner of Ukraine, the biggest who and the first one who helped us at the very beginning of the war, because at the very beginning we've been alone and it was very difficult to us to survive. We did it, and then your help was very strong message to Europeans, and you joined them, and it was very important. That's why, of course, we have
There's a lot of focus since the last debate on whether you and other leaders have confidence. I'm not going to ask specifics about that, but I want to turn it to how do you think Vladimir Putin views President Biden, and how do you think Vladimir Putin views former President Trump?
Putin.
Yeah.
I mean that what is his attitude to Biden and what his attitude to Trump?
From your point of view.
He doesn't love America.
And Biden and Trump are very different, but they are supportive democracy. And that's why I think Putin will hate both of them. I think so. But I think that bound on his attitude, because the GDP of United States 10 times bigger than Russia. You can't attitude to Putin as he is a partner. He's small, really small. But when we afraid him, he began to be bigger. And that is the mistake of all the West, including in the last 25 or how many years he is Putin. Yeah. So we leader.
The Biden administration has put restrictions on you as far as what you can do. Are you fearful of a Trump administration and what that means for you in this war? Do you fear former President Trump, if he's president again, would pull out of NATO for the U.S. For the Ukraine war?
I don't know that United States will never go out from the NATO. Otherwise, the world will lose a lot of countries, because such people like Putin. We will lose small countries which are the countries which are very sensitive to this topic. And I hope that United States will never seriously think to go out from NATO. I think so, but I'm just sharing with you my thoughts. And I hope that if people of America will not change, and will not change.
You don't think he can solve it in one day?
I don't know. I don't know very well him. I don't know. I had meetings with him, and we had good meetings when he was the president. But we in English, but we didn't went through the war with him. And only during the war you have to understand. Even me, I had a lot of in Ukraine. I had a lot of friends. At the very beginning of the war, we lost them because they found another land for them. It's their choice, but this is, that's period. That's why I can't tell you, that what he will do. If he will be the president of the United States, I don't know. That's why I wanted very much. I heard his messages, and some messages yesterday in Twitter, yeah. They've been very, sometimes we need answers. For us, it's very important to hold the situation in Ukraine in our unity through the people, not to lose unity through the partners. That's why sometimes these messages also beat us.
Right.
Yeah.
And I asked you this when I was there about, the population in the U.S. that feels like we've spent too much money and we're doing too much and in 91 borders. Is that still the goal today? Or could you see a negotiated settlement that ends this war for you and your people?
The best way, of course, after the first peace summit, to organize and prepare the plan.
Putin by majority of the world to put him and to push him to stop the war. This is the best way. And when we speak about territories, you have to know that, first of all, of course, we need to save people, nations. And that's why, and of course, we are not NATO. We don't want him to be on our territory because anyway, it's a frozen conflict. And it will depends on years when he will prepare and come back again with invasion. He will do it. You
1938, a potential agreement you're saying with Putin may not work.
no. Oh. I don't know. I think he loves the process. That's the problem. He loves the process, and it doesn't matter what occupied. He loves the process and the process, and this is his history, and he will do occupation, whether military occupation or political occupation of Belarus, like he did it already, from EU direction again back to Russia. Now he's doing. We love Georgian people very much, and I hope that it will not be this way. It will not finish this way. But he loves this process, so it doesn't matter when stop him.
Two more things. President Biden gave you 31 Abrams tanks last year. What happened to those? Did they make a difference?
I'm not sure that such number of tanks can change the situation, the different weapon which helped and etc. So I mean that it's like the dialogue about F-16. What number?
There's coming this summer, right?
I hope so. You know, we always wait. Like my mother waited me after school, and I always found the reason how to come later. But much more serious. Yes, the problem with F-16 and the dates. But to be honest to each self, not to speak just, we have the decision with F-16 jets on the territory of Ukraine, 300 jets. They have more, but they use 300 jets. It's nothing. They have 300. We need, because we are defending, we need 128. This is the fleet. All these numbers our partners have. So till moment when we will have 128 with them in the sky. Anyway, it will be difficult.
Last thing,
Yes.
here in the U.S., majority, the current political situation, they don't like their choices. They are upset about polls. I can only imagine what it's like to be a foreign country on the other end in the middle of a war. Do you tell the American people that this way for the long haul, and why?
This is the long dialogue. Yeah, really. I think mostly people understand, not only our people, common values. We have the same families. We have the same understanding of the life. We are very, very fighting for freedom. Beginning, they understood us. And the moment, as I said previously, that Putin will never stop on Ukraine. And you will see it. If we will not stop him, he will go further and want to show that he can. He has to sell this information to his society. He will go to those countries who are members of NATO, but being the parts of the Soviet Union. He will go there, and his ambitions. And after that, the people and soldiers, and will defend these countries. And it's tragedy for everybody to lose people's sons and daughters. And that's all the world pay a low price. I think so. Maybe I'm not right. But who wants a lot of, if to be pragmatic, Brad? So during the war, of course, we increased a lot of technological progress, and with cyber and with drones, with sea drones and etc. So United States, when they gave us weapon, they took from us all this, all our knowledge and all this. You've got it. A lot of companies and etc. And a lot of companies in the United States, they really had and made big progress in production because the government of the United States pushed there and gave them money and a lot of contracts. So I think it helped. If it's to be pragmatic. So I understand it now. Maybe it's okay, their choice, but they will understand it. They will understand it in the future. That the United States made a really right choice, made really to save democracy in the world. And this decision is making now on the territory of Ukraine. It's true.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Tony. David Jill. Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. I'm going to stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office is defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. But the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that. Clearly, those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot. We leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, and we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in family farms, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs in the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is bright. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. For the law that I proposed and signed, not one of your Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market that treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, and even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, is still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. To pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, I think I pointed out last year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise. And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that can be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security or Medicare or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. And you get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30 some dollars. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win, he viewed it as will be a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him, it's not about me. I'd be a winner, not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together, but that's what he apparently here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of every place, from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis was a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes that marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs like the IBEW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oh. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also We will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin, families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. For the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America is falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. There's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why, with the strong support and help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H, and remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yay! I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal, deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Thank you, thank you.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You can smile. It's okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Please. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress. By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of our military, Chief Justice, Associate Justice, and retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. You know, I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you. And I want to congratulate the new leader of the House Democrats, the first African-American minority leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch? And congratulations to Chuck Schumer, another, another term as Senate Minority Leader. I think you. Only this time you have a slightly bigger majority, Mr. Leader. You're the majority leader. About that much bigger? Yeah, well, I tell you what. I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Folks, the story of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never, ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country that has emerged from every crisis we've ever entered stronger than we got into it. Look, folks, that's what we're doing again. 2 years ago, the economy was reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs, more jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years, because of you all, because of the American people. 2 years ago, COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much, and today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in the Civil War. And today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. As we gather here tonight, we're writing the next chapter in the great American story, a story of progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I say I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. It came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came together to pass the most significant law ever, helping victims exposed to toxic burn pits. And in fact, it's important. And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming president, from reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, the Electoral Count Reform Act, the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry the person you love. And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think folks, you all are as informed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out in more than, and not no one administration, but for a long time. Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs move overseas. Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. Along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, folks, so let's look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low. A near record unemployment. Near record unemployment for Black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, through your help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months. while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million. And by the way, every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have access to capital and the historic laws we enacted that are going to just come into being. Standing here last year, I shared with you a story of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything from cell phones to automobiles and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. We used to make 40% of the world's chips. In the last several decades, we lost our edge. We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what happened during the pandemic when chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips, each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up, people got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. Folks, I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs without this law, before the law kicks in. With this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country, throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres, literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree. Jobs, because we work together, these jobs where people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity. And it's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses, so much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors, Democrats and Republicans, and they'll tell you what this means for their communities. We're seeing these field of dreams transform to the heartland. But to maintain the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world. And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America, urban, rural, tribal. And folks, We're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean this sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, we've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans and from both states to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built Cincinnati's skyline. Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it. We're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards that require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, and American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listening to me tonight, I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. and make a real difference in your lives at home. For example, too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer, or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring healthcare costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It cost the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. So many things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed the law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes and need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, Big Pharma is still going to do very well, I promise you all. I promise you they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. It costs out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10,000, $11,000, $14,000, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. If drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money, it cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why wouldn't we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm not going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, If you try anything to raise the cost of producing jobs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, saving millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, as I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems will withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBEW workers. And we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy-efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren to confront it. I'm proud of how America at last is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin. Look, I'm a capitalist. But pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, it's simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them. 15%. That's less than a nurse pays. And let me be crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do. We have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 in the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look, I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported its profits, record profits? Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells and all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade. And that's going to exceed and beyond that. We're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding their CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments. They'll still make considerable profit. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. That's being fiscally responsible. In the last 2 years, my administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion, the largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster to the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. And I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks, the idea is that we're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be started. All right. I'm ready. We got unanimity. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck they started. So tonight, let's all agree, and we apparently are, let's stand up for seniors. Stand up and show them. We'll not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people. They earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well. I really mean it. Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription. Look, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill that cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Pass the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage. My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We've reduced exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75%, from $30 to $8. Look, junk fees may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost you up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts. The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being played for suckers. So pass the Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long, workers have been getting stiffed. but not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements for the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth. And I must tell you, this is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act, because business have a right, workers have a right to form a union. And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage. Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things, we increase productivity, we increase economic growth. So let's finish the job and get more families access to affordable, quality housing. Let's get seniors who want to stay in their homes the care they need to do so. Let's give more breathing room to millions of family caregivers looking after their loved ones. Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care and services they need. And support the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it, universal in the last century, we made the best educated, best paid, we became the best educated, best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. Any nation that out-educates is going to out-compete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of the 21st century. We want to have the best educated workforce. Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities starting in high school. Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks, in the midst of the COVID crisis, when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up, and soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving, children orphaned, empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much. It matters. It matters. Look, COVID left its scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. I had to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children. I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. With the faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and care that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk And they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree and Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. When police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, folks, it's difficult, but it's simple. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise to this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts that we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did. Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades. That includes things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero. Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side when she was dying from cancer. And Brandon now works at the dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close, and he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestle the semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed 11 people in another dance studio. 11. He saved lives. It's time we do the same. Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now. Once and for all. I led the fight to do that in 1994. In 10 years, that ban was law and mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the People's House, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right and the Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade. Give every woman a constitutional right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. But already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching. I spoke in this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. A murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, a test for America, a test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? We stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Will we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people. Tonight, we're once again joined by Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here, we're united in our support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? Thank you. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating. Investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, We will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracies have grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. Well, when I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but I never believed it. That's why a year ago, I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law, making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed the Heath Robinson PACT Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran whose story about exposure to toxic burn kits I shared here last year. I understand something about those burn pits, but there's so much more to do. We can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared a story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school. It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse pain." Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. Big, you got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking, with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder at the border. Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more on mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma, we give them greater access to mental health care at their schools. We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting they're doing running children for profit. It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online. Ban targeted advertising to children and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford the rent because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here of the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than all the people being killed in the wars. Folks, VA is doing everything it can, including expanding mental health screening, proven programs that recruits veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need. We got to do more. And fourth, last year, Jill and I reignited the cancer moonshot that I was able to start with President Obama asked me to lead our administration on this issue. Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and the daughter of immigrants from Panama. They met and fell in love in New York City and got married in the same chapel Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter, Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, giving a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. And he read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl. It meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month. They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House tonight, and she's not asleep already. For the lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost, let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought big. He thought large. He moved. I believe we can do the same thing with cancer. Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. The last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie, assailant unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong, as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress that fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best, optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea, the only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity, but we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon to the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the official party and remain standing as honors are rendered, and for the invocation offered by Chaplain Colonel David Kelly, the Director of Strategic Religious Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the reviewing official, General Mark A. Milley, the 20th Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Accompanied by General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., the 22nd Chief of Staff of the Air Force. And the host for today's ceremony, the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin III, 28th Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Kelly.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we seek your presence in this honored ceremony today as our military and nation honor General Mark Milley upon his retirement after 4 decades of impeccable service in uniform. And as we celebrate General Charles Brown Jr. becoming the 21st chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General Brown and Ms. Shireen have gone the extra mile, pushed beyond where others have only gazed, and climbed to the top of our military, all the while shouldering a responsibility few will ever know. As he leads, I ask you to guide his steps with godly wisdom, direct his path with your holy light, and keep him strong with divine fortitude. Lord, you have expressed in your word that a life lived in service to others is a life well lived. General Milley has lived such a life. Today, he adds his name to an elite list of military leaders, including Bradley, Powell, Mullen, Myers, and Dunford, to name a select few. Lord, as General Milley prepares for life beyond the military, I ask you to bless him, Miss Holly Ann, and his family according to their sacrifice of service. Reward him according to his impeccable character, and bestow upon him the thankfulness of a grateful nation, only and singularly exemplified by the single word, honor. Truly, this valiant officer's relentless pursuit of service to country over decades bespeaks the right and privilege to don for all time a mantle woven and bound together by unbreakable and courageous strands of honor. In your holy name I pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Participating in today's review, from left to right, is the United States Army Band Pershing Zone. The United States Army Band is under the direction of Colonel Bruce Pulver and led by Drum Major Rob Moore. Next online are soldiers from the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, commanded by Lieutenant Jacob Trollstra and led by Staff Sergeant Rashad Kelly. Next are Marines from Marine Barracks, Washington, 8th and I, commanded by Captain Greg Jones and led by Staff Sergeant Tyler Tallman. In the center of our formation is the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard, led by Sergeant First Class Ryan Morse. Next online is sailors of the United States Navy Ceremonial Guard, commanded by Lieutenant Stephen Acevedo and led by AT2 Matthew Coriano. Next are airmen and guardians from the United States Air Force Honor Guard, commanded by First Lieutenant Jacob Hale and led by Technical Sergeant Matthew Cox. Next online are guardsmen from the Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard, commanded by Lieutenant Cody Mitchell and led by Petty Officer First Class Troy Lupamek. The last element online, dressed in the Continental Musician's uniform, is the United States Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps. The Corps is led today by Drum Major John Parks. To the right is the Presidential Salute Battery, commanded by Captain Nicholas Lammy and led by Sergeant First Class Alan Caro. And to the rear of the formation are the 56 state and territorial flags of the United States of America. They are commanded by Lieutenant Thomas Mesh and led by Sergeant First Class Mark Franz. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the advancing of the colors and remain standing for the playing of the United States National Anthem.
Detachment! Raise it!
Please be seated.
You ready to do this, General? I am. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your full name.
I, Charles Quentin Brown, Jr.,
Having been appointed the Chairman of the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff,
having been appointed the Chairman of the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States of America
the Constitution of the United States of America
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
and you take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without mental reservation
without mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office upon which I am about to enter.
of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Chairman.
Thank you, General.
Secretary Austin and Mrs. Austin are now moving to the field to honor General Milley and Mrs. Milley. Prior to today's ceremony, General Milley was presented the Distinguished Service Medal from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard. He was also presented the Defense Distinguished Service Medal by Secretary of Defense Austin. Headquarters, Department of the Army Special Orders. By order of the Secretary of the Army, the following general officer is retired. General Mark A. Milley. The Secretary of Defense has awarded the Department of Defense Medal for Distinguished Public Service to Mrs. Holly Ann H. Milley. Mrs. Holly Ann H. Milley is recognized for distinguished public service in support of members of the United States Armed Forces, from October 2019 to July 2023. As a devoted ambassador of goodwill and a model example for the spouses of all soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen, Mrs. Milley was an untiring advocate for the improvement of the quality of life of our men and women in uniform. For more than 38 years, she was a fervent ambassador for the needs of the military community. At every level of command, Mrs. Milley served as a family readiness group leader with a mission to listen to and advocate for military spouses. A career nurse with multiple military moves, she was a passionate supporter of military spouse employment opportunities, licensure reciprocity, healthcare quality and availability, and mental health education for service members and their families. Mrs. Milley's presence on numerous trips to visit both stateside bases and overseas areas served as a constant reminder of her steadfast commitment to our military personnel and reflected a total devotion and unconditional commitment to the values cherished within the military community. This dedication was further displayed in her support of the Red Cross service to the armed forces, Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, Easter SEALs, and United Through Reading. Mrs. Milley gave freely of her time to many other worthy community causes that significantly benefited our military members. The distinctive accomplishments of Mrs. Milley reflect great credit upon herself and the Department of Defense. Signed, Lloyd J. Austin III, Secretary of Defense. On the occasion of retirement of this distinguished soldier, we also recognize the outstanding service of his wife, Holly Ann, who is presented with the Department of the Army Certificate of Appreciation for her faithful and devoted service. It is her dedicated support which made possible such a lasting contribution to our nation. By order of the Secretary of the Army, signed General James C. McConville, Chief of Staff, United States Army. At this time, a bouquet of red roses is being presented to Mrs. Milley on behalf of General Milley, signifying his love and her unwavering support for over 40 years of military service. Also at this time, a bouquet of flowers is being presented to General Milley's daughter, Mary, and a gift is being presented to his son, Peter. A bouquet of yellow roses is also being presented to Mrs. Brown. We are proud to recognize General Milley's devotion to our country, and we wish him happiness and prosperity in his well-earned retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the posting of the colors. Post the color! Snap! Right! Hey! Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Lloyd Austin.
Troops and the band, you look magnificent this morning. Thanks for what you continue to do for our country. Good morning, everyone. President Biden, Vice President Harris, it is an absolute honor to have both of you here with us today. Let me also thank the members of Congress, ambassadors, and foreign leaders who are joining us, as well as the former senior military leaders and former secretaries of defense. I'm glad to be here with so many of our senior leaders at the department, including our service secretaries, our service chiefs, the joint staff, and our combatant commanders. And again, thanks to you all for joining us today as we salute General Mark Milley for his distinguished tenure as the 20th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm absolutely honored to welcome General Charles Q. Brown, Jr. as the 21st chairman. Now, the service members on the field today represent our joint force, the troops who General Milley led with such passion and skill as chairman. Every day, that force defends our country and supports our allies and partners, advances our interests, and upholds our founding values. So today is a celebration of every American who volunteers to wear the cloth of our nation. And it's a celebration of the distinguished career of General Mark Milley. Now, you may not know this, but he grew up in Boston. It's a little-known fact, unless you've ever met the guy. He calls Boston the Holy Land. So to him, Bobby Orr of the Boston Bruins is a patron saint. And Bobby Orr once said that hockey teams win because of hard work and sacrifice. Without that, he said, skill is just potential. But General Milley has never let his skill languish as just potential. He's always been eager to get into the fight. And I've seen that firsthand over our long history of working together, including one time when he got me blown up, literally. You see, during the Iraq War, I was commanding the 10th Mountain Division, and he was one of my brigade commanders. And during one of my visits, one of his troops was wounded. And Mark said, "Hey, sir, let's go into town to the hospital to see our soldier. We'll do it at night when it's easier and there's not much activity." And so as we prepared to depart, following detailed rehearsals, I said to General Milley, "You know, Mark, this just doesn't feel right." But Mark said, "Hey, don't worry, sir, we do this all the time." So we took Route Irish in Baghdad, which was known as the most dangerous road in the world. And we promptly got hit by an IED. It hit my door and shredded the tires on our Humvee. And it was pitch black and smoky. And Mark said, "Hey, sir, are you okay?" I said, "Mark, we've just been hit. I'm angry because we can't return fire because the guy ran away. The vehicle is damaged. I recommend we get the hell out of here." And we finally did. And afterwards I asked, "Hey, General, has this happened to you before?" And Mark said, "Oh, yes, sir. I've been blown up about 5 times now." Like I said, he was always eager to get into the fight. And he's never hesitated to charge into danger for his troops or for his country. This goes back to his earliest days as an infantryman and a Green Beret, including his time commanding a battalion in the famed 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment. And during his brigade command, what I saw was what so many others have also seen: his vigor, his grit, and his tremendous leadership potential. So following brigade command, I encouraged him to serve on the Joint Staff. And there he learned a ton of skills that would help him later in his career. He continued to rapidly climb. And in 2015, he went on to spend 4 demanding years, as the Chief of Staff of the Army. And he loved absolutely every minute of it. And then General Milley agreed to serve another 4 years in an even tougher job. Now think of everything that our military has done during his tenure as chairman. We've taken on the pacing challenge of the People's Republic of China, confronted a once-in-a-generation pandemic, and led the world to help Ukraine fight back after Russia's imperial invasion. General Milley has a deep sense of history, and he knows that future generations would judge us harshly if we fail to defend the post-war order built by American leadership. And so he hasn't just studied history, he has made history. Now, his sense of calling grew out of the proud military family, family heritage of military service. And General Milley's own life of service would not have been possible without his outstanding family. His wife, Holly Ann, is an accomplished critical care nurse, and she is also the real deal. At a ceremony a few years ago at Arlington National Cemetery, someone collapsed in the crowd. And Holly Ann didn't hesitate. She started CPR and directed someone to call the paramedics. And after a couple of sets of chest compressions, the man finally took a deep breath. And that's not the first time that she saved a life at an event. One time at an Army gala, she performed CPR on someone else in trouble while wearing an evening gown. And for too many times to count, she's been a lifesaver for Mark and their family. While he was away on deployments, Holly Ann cared for their beloved kids, Peter and Mary. And over the years, the Milley family has moved more than 20 times. Holly Ann has had to transfer her nursing license to 9 different states. And she has helped countless military spouses to do the same. And that's made her a strong advocate for military families. So Holly Ann, thank you for your phenomenal service to our country. We're also grateful for Mark and Holly Ann's son, Peter, and his wife, Meredith, and for their daughter, Mary, and her husband, Andrew, and their kids, Alice, Ben, and Clark. And Andrew, thank you for your 8 years of service in the U.S. Army, including as a company commander and a troop commander in the 82nd Airborne Division. This is an extraordinary military family. Now, General Milley is a scholar and a warrior. We respect him for his wits, but we love him for his heart. And he's thrown his whole heart into leading this tremendous joint force of soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, guardians. And in retirement, he'll have more time for his second favorite joint force, the Red Sox, Patriots, the Celtics, and the Bruins. Mark, I know that most of all, you're looking forward to spending more time with your grandkids. And after a lifetime devoted to the common defense, you have more than earned some time for the pursuit of happiness. So at this bittersweet moment, let me simply say, thank you, General. Thank you for all that you have done and for all that you have given. We wish you Godspeed in the chapters still to come. Congratulations, soldier. Now, General Milley is a tough act to follow, but we are fortunate to have a tremendous leader in General Brown. He will guide our brave troops without fail and defend our democracy without flinching. And I'm honored to have the chance to say a few words about our great new chairman of the Joint Chiefs. But before I do, I want to mention some other outstanding American military leaders. I'm truly pleased that the United States Senate recently confirmed General Brown as our next chairman. I'm also glad to welcome General Randy George as our next Chief of Staff of the Army, and General Eric Smith as our next Commandant of the Marine Corps. But 367 of our outstanding general and flag officers are now grappling with the uncertainty of a blanket hole. So I urge the Senate to swiftly confirm all of our distinguished military nominees. And that brings me back to our next chairman. That brings me back to our next chairman. You know, I'm told that when General Brown meets with troops, he often asks them, "What's your superpower?" And that's because CQ knows that each of our service members has something exceptional to contribute. And General Brown is blessed with superpowers himself. I've seen his talents firsthand. When I was commander of Central Command, General Brown was the commander of my air component. And he led forces in combat during the air campaign against ISIS and rallied our allies and partners to help destroy its terrorist caliphate in Iraq and Syria. Now, General Brown also has a superpower for teaching. He did 2 stints at the Fighter Weapons School, where he taught the Air Force's most elite airmen. And wherever he goes, he sets a powerful example with his quiet confidence and his deep integrity and his constant compassion. Now, General Brown would not be where he is today without his wife Shireen and their sons Sean and Ross. Shireen has served right alongside CQ through 20 moves. She has helped shape DoD's exceptional family member program so that more families with special needs can get better resources and support. So to Shireen and the entire Brown family, thank you for all that you do to strengthen our military community and for supporting General Brown as he takes the helm of our joint force. General Brown, I know that you'll make us all proud as the chairman. And to our entire joint force, today and every day, America is counting on you. We're counting on you to deter aggression wherever we can, to stand ready to fight and to win wherever we must, and to work with our partners for a more secure and peaceful world, and to defend the republic that we love. The watch is changing, but the mission goes on. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to that mighty cause. May God bless you and your families, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ceremonial. At ease. Come, stand at ease. Stop. Ceremonial. At ease.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, I want to say a brief word about Senator Dianne Feinstein, who passed away this morning. She was a historic figure, trailblazer for women, and a great friend. Dianne made her mark on everything from national security to the environment, gun safety to protecting civil liberties. The country's going to miss her dearly, and so will Jill and I. I'll have more to say about her later today. Vice President Harris, our second gentleman, Secretary Austin, members of Congress, leaders of the Department of Defense, both current and former, friends and officials from around the world, thank you for being here today to mark the change of responsibility and to celebrate the service of General Mark Milley, combat infantryman, a master parachutist, a Green Beret, a warrior who served a total of 5 years in war zones, from Panama to Haiti to Bosnia to Afghanistan to Iraq, with a chest full of medals to show for it. A leader who once ran across a bridge booby-trapped with mines to stop 2 battle tanks evacuating wounded troops from driving across it. A patriot, uncompromising in his duty, unflinching in the face of danger, and unwavering in the service for the country. And Holly Ann, none of us can say enough about you. You served right alongside him every step of the way, and that's not hyperbole. You served alongside him every step of the way. You pulled double and triple duty to make sure you and Mark were always doing right by your family, supporting the military community while maintaining your own career as a nurse. It's incredible what you have achieved, Holly Ann. The work you've done to increase support for military spouse employment is going to keep improving the lives of military families for a long time. And Peter and Mary, thank you for sharing your dad with us. I know it wasn't easy. All those moves, all those schools, all those months, your dad was deployed. You couldn't be together. Thank you for all you've given to our country. And Mark, I know one of the best parts of retirement for you is already mentioned by our secretary. You're going to spend more time with your kids. That's going to be fun, man. I tell you what, I love my kids. I'm crazy about my grandkids. Now, everyone who has spent time with Mark knows 3 things about him. Several were already mentioned. 1, he's from Boston. He boxes car and car garages. He likes maps, and he loves the Constitution. But each of these 3 things points to something deeper about Mark's character. His Boston heritage isn't just about pride of place. It's pride in what shaped him, the values that have guided his whole life. It's about the father and mother, both veterans of World War II, who set the example of nobility, of the nobility of serving your country. It's about knowing that his dad was among those who landed in Iwo Jima, and that if those young men his father served alongside could raise a flag on Mount Suribachi, then there's nothing America cannot accomplish when we work together. It's about how his parents strived and sacrificed so their children would have every opportunity to chart their own future. It's knowing that everyone who served under his command had their own story, in his view, just as important as his. And to this day, whenever Mark's attended events, I've watched him. We've attended many events together. I've watched him. He'll talk to every young person every veteran, every Gold Star family who wants to speak to him, no matter how long it takes, so we can hear their story as well and show his respect. The Boston Pride is about knowing where you come from. The maps are about knowing where you are and where you're going. Mark wants to make sure he has the necessary facts to inform his decisions as a leader and his advice to others. As Commander-in-Chief, I've relied on Mark's counsel because I know he always gives it to me straight, no matter what. He always gives it to me straight. He's working with the best information possible, and he doesn't hold anything back. During his tenure as chairman, Mark has been a steady hand guiding our military as we navigate what I would argue is one of the most complex security environments our world has faced in a long time. He's been critical to strengthening America's existing alliances, from NATO to the Indo-Pacific, to building the new strategic partnerships like AUKUS, and keeping our force at a cutting edge in the fields of cyber and space, ending America's longest war and continuing to take terrorists off the battlefield, standing with the brave people of Ukraine, making sure they have the equipment and support they need when they need it to defend their freedom, letting them know how much he respects them. Mark, your partnership has been invaluable to me, and I give you my word to that. And I think it's been invaluable to Secretary Austin as well. I want to thank you for always seeing, always sharing the whole map with me, the whole map. Thanks, Al. When it comes to the Constitution, that is, and always has been, Mark's North Star. I'm so damn proud to serve with him. He's made it the central image on his challenge coin. Those three little words that mean so much to every American, but especially to those who stand in the service of our nation. The middle of his challenge coin says, "We the people." We the people. It's a reminder to all of us what makes us a strong nation, who we are as a democracy, and how the United States, for more than 2 centuries, has always managed to keep moving forward. Not fealty to any one person or to a political party, but to the idea of America. Idea unlike any other in human history. The idea that we're all created equal. That is what the Constitution safeguards. That's what we swear an oath to. And that is why generations of young women and men, Americans of every background and creed, have stepped forward to be part of the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole. You're the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. I've seen you in Afghanistan, Iraq. I don't want to get started. And our military is going to keep growing stronger, with General C.Q. Brown, Charles Q. Brown, Jr., as our 24th Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Congratulations, old buddy. As Mark will tell you, I'll be meeting a lot with you. I said when I nominated General Brown as a seasoned warrior with deep combat experience, an experienced commander of the Joint Force, top flight strategist, a leader known throughout the force for his unmatched judgment and unflappable demeanor. Like General Milley, General Brown is a patriot through and through, sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution. He and his wife, Shireen, have dedicated themselves to keeping our military and their families healthy and vibrant. I thank you both and your sons Sean and Ross for everything you've given to our country over the years. I look forward to working even more closely with you, CQ, as we take on the challenges ahead to ensure that our force can continue to deter and defeat any potential threat to the American people. As Secretary Austin noted, I'm glad that General Brown was confirmed by the Senate, along with the new Commandant of the Marine Corps and Army Chief of Staff. But I must be careful here how I say this, but it's thoroughly, totally unacceptable that more than 300 other highly qualified military officers are still in limbo. I've been here a long time. I've never seen anything like this. It's outrageous, and it must stop. Their promotions, their careers, their families, their future, held hostage by the political agenda of one senator and the silence of another 47 of them. It's a drag on our force. It impacts everything from readiness to morale to retention. It's an insult to the officers. Years of dedicated service. Our troops deserve so much better. When the House fails to fulfill its most basic function, it fails to fund government by tomorrow, we'll have failed all our troops. Our service members will keep upholding their oaths, showing up for work, standing sentinel around the world, keeping our country secure, but they won't get paid. It's a disgrace. Thousands of Defense Department civilian servants will be sent home. And the longer they shut down last, the harder it will become for military families to pay their bills. We can't be playing politics while our troops stand in the breach. It's an absolute dereliction of duty. As leaders, we must never lose sight of the direct impacts of the decisions we make and the impact they have on the lives and families around the world. General Milley, General Brown, Secretary Austin, and all the many great leaders across every branch of our military. You got to where you are by demonstrating extraordinary care and concern for the troops you command. It's a lived leadership of being in the field alongside your troops, sharing their hardships, holding each other together when times are hard, never forgetting the humanity beneath the uniform. It's an enormous credit to each of them personally, an enormous asset for our country. Secretary Austin told the story of how he and General Milley got blown up together by an IED in Iraq. But the part of the story that stands out to me is the reason they were on Route Irish that night to begin with. The reason they were there. They were going to see one of Milley's soldiers who had been wounded. In fact, during that tour in Iraq, you'd often find then Colonel Milley down at that hospital, sitting with the wounded so they wouldn't be alone, rounding up his troops for an impromptu blood drive if the docs let him know they were running low on units, putting an arm around his team, gathering them together, seeing to their injuries, both physical and mental, when war extracts the greatest of tolls. That's leadership. That's patriotism. That's strength. That's Mark Milley. Mark, you know how strongly I feel about you. You've given remarkable service to our country. You've done honor to the uniform of our nation. You've upheld your oath. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being my friend. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
ladies and gentlemen, General Brown.
To our congressional leaders, our Department of Defense leadership, both past and present, our many distinguished guests, family, friends, joint teammates, allies and partners, service members and families of our United States Armed Forces, good morning. Before going any further, Shireen and I would like to express our gratitude to the many that have played a role in our journey thus far. To the Air Force leadership, airmen and families we had the opportunity to work with and for the past 3 years. For the opportunity to continue serving and to go all we had a role in making today possible. We very much appreciate all you've done and will continue to do, and we're grateful for your presence to witness today's ceremony. With each leadership opportunity I've had during my career, I've been honored, blessed, and focused on the task ahead. Today is no exception. President Biden, Vice President Harris, thank you for your trust and confidence that you placed in me and for your leadership and commitment to our service members and their families. Secretary Austin, thank you for your guidance, your mentorship, and your faith in my abilities. Mr. President and Vice President, Mr. Secretary, I'm honored to have the opportunity to continue serving our nation. To the Millies, Mark and Alianne, thank you for your years of dedication, for an exceptional job well done, and thank you for your leadership. It's an honor for me and Shireen to follow in your footsteps and the footsteps of all the chairmen and spouses before us. God has smiled on me one more time and blessed me with another opportunity well beyond my own expectations. I'm blessed with a tremendous family, my commissioning officer, and my most influential mentor, my father, Charles. He told me in high school that 4 years in the military wouldn't hurt me. My mother, Kay, who didn't object to the idea, has been my most vocal supporter all along the way. I'm blessed by the unwavering support of my sister, Stephanie, and carry with me the influence and memory of my younger brother, Kevin. I owe my success to the sacrifice, love, and support of Shireen and our sons, Sean and Ross. Shireen has not only committed so much to our family, but she has become such a strong advocate for our military families. As a result of her commitment and advocacy, Sean and Ross are both accomplished in their own right. Shireen, Sean, and Ross, thanks for proverbially signing my permission slip each morning, pinning it to my backpack, and allowing me to report for duty. The three of you never raised your right hand to take an oath, but I know your sacrifice is well beyond what I might appreciate. Your encouragement, love, and support for me and each other has been the cornerstone of our family. Finally, I've been blessed by Shireen's parents and brothers who didn't object, as far as I know, when I asked Shireen to marry me. I'm blessed by the aunts, uncles, cousins, close friends, and mentors, many of you who are here today, who have supported me and played a role in my development to make me a better person, a better officer, and a better leader. As we step out together in today's uncertain security landscape, honing our warfighting skills has primacy in all we do. We must focus on integrating our military power within our services, across the joint force, and with our allies and partners to deter aggression, to fight when called upon, and to decisively prevail in war. We must focus on modernizing and aggressively leading with new concepts and approaches. Finally, trust is the foundation of our profession. As chairman, every day I will focus on strengthening the bonds of trust across our force. ensuring the American people know their military and its service members, active, Guard, Reserve, and civilian, only as the unwavering defenders of the Constitution and servants of our nation. In closing, when I became the Chief of Staff of the Air Force 3 years ago, I expressed the need to accelerate change. My conviction has not wavered. The journey of change must continue to strengthen our national security. It's a tremendous privilege to serve as the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, focused on sharpening our warfighting prowess in defense of our national interests. Thank you for joining us for today's ceremony. God bless our service members and their families, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Milley.
Well, thank you all for being here, and this is the last time you'll ever hear me in uniform, so that alone is cause for applause. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Secretary Austin, distinguished guests, and family and friends, good morning, and thank you all for being here today. And Mr. President, thank you for your unwavering leadership, guiding our great nation, and the trust you placed in me. When you were inaugurated, you didn't have to do that, but you did, and I appreciate it. Your steadfast commitment to our troops and their families has strengthened our military, making us stronger and more capable than ever before. And I've seen you in the breach. I've seen you on the watch. And I know firsthand that you're a man of incredible integrity and character. So thank you for your leadership. And Secretary Austin, thank you for leading our department with character and courage and also incredible integrity. You served our nation consistently for nearly 5 decades now, in and out of uniform. A Silver Star recipient, a man of enormous courage, both moral and physical. I am personally thankful for your guidance and your vision over the last 30 years that you and I have served together in peace and war. The members of Congress, I want to take a moment and just acknowledge the tremendous service of Senator Feinstein. And may she rest in peace in the eternal embrace of God's comfort. And to all of her colleagues on the Hill, the Senate and the House, and all the elected officials that are here today, and those that are not, you collectively demonstrate the American will. And we are viewed as either unified or divisive. That is your choice, but everybody watches. We in uniform appreciate your current support, and we count on your future support. And to our allies and partners, your presence demonstrates our shared interests and common values, and our robust network of allies and partners is a key source of our collective strength. Since the American Revolution, the United States of America has never fought alone. I'd also like to thank all the former Secretaries of Defense and the Secretaries of the Services and former Secretaries of the Services that are here today along with the current Joint Chiefs, the former Joint Chiefs, the current combatant commanders, the former combatant commanders, and all the generals and dignitaries that are here. A special thanks goes to my Joint Staff and my front office, who gave a robust clap out when I left yesterday. Had double meaning. They were exceptional under intense pressure in a fast-paced environment where the costs were high. Over the last 40-plus years, my thanks also goes to all my former commanding officers and non-commissioned officers, many of whom are here today. My teammates at platoon and company, battalion, brigade, division, corps, and beyond. Way too many to mention by name, but each of you in your own way provided me with the advice, mentorship, and support, and I am eternally grateful. There's also three groups of people here today who deserve special recognition and who represent the very best of our nation. We have here today several Medal of Honor recipients who served with uncommon valor beyond the call of duty. They are the epitome of courage in the face of death. And second is our wounded warriors who are here today, one of whom you saw earlier sing God Bless America. They represent the thousands of those wounded in action who sacrificed so much in the defense of liberty. And third, our Gold Star families. Many of them are here today. They carry on the legacy of those in uniform who gave the last full measure of devotion so that our nation would remain free. To the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen, many of whom are standing watch at this very moment and are represented on the field before you. Thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your sacrifice. You are, in fact, the most capable and lethal military force in the world today and in all of human history. And let me thank my family and friends that are here, to include my classmates from Princeton, so maybe we could hear you shout. That was pretty weak, actually, so not sure what to make of that. But I was made an honorary member of the class of 1980 from West Point, so all the West Point classmates, maybe we could hear from you. Oh, that's even weaker. Let me go back to Princeton. That's all a result of last night. So, and of course, my actual family deserves my greatest and deepest gratitude. I was blessed with great parents who taught me what it meant to serve and how lucky we were to be born in America, in a country where you will rise or fall based on your merit and where you're going to be judged by the content of your character. My mother was a Navy wave in a military hospital in Seattle, taking care of the wounded, returning from the Central Pacific during World War II. While my father served with the 4th Marine Division as a Navy corpsman in the Central Pacific, making the assault landings at Kwajalein, Saipan, Tinian, and Iwo Jima. Neither one of them ever went to college, but they knew what this country was about. They were working class Americans who taught me and my siblings the values that truly make this country great. My father taught me that you have to plant the flag on Suribachi. That was a lesson he took from Iwo Jima. He meant that no matter the challenge, no matter how difficult it is, no matter the cost, you must accomplish your mission. You have to drive on. You have to be resilient. You have to keep moving forward until you complete your mission. There is no quitting. Like most kids, we owe our parents everything. I also want to recognize my cousins who are here, the McCalls and the Murphys and so many others that are with us today. And my older brother Sandy is here with his wife and sons, and our sister Mary Catherine, who recently passed, but I know she, along with our parents, are here in spirit. But most importantly, I want to say thanks to my wife of 38 years, Holly Ann. You've been the anchor of our family, essentially a single mom to two wonderful kids during 2 decades of war, like so many other spouses of those of us in uniform. You buried our dead. You comforted the families in their grief. You cared for our wounded in ways not seen by most. You were always there for our military families with love and compassion in the darkest of moments. I know you never expected the heavy burden of being married to someone like me, but the good Lord blessed me to have you walk this path of struggle for the last 40 years. I love you more than words can ever express. And to Mary and Peter, the sacrifice of those of us in the military is always felt by our families, but most of all, most heavily, the burden falls on our children. You attended 11 different schools and 24 moves. Mary, you were just born when I went into Panama. And you were 12 and Peter was 10 when terrorists attacked this country on 9/11. And you watched your dad deploy year in and year out for the next decade and a half. You dealt with struggles that children should never have to be burdened with. The fear that your father would never come home. Some of the fathers and mothers of your friends were in fact killed in action, and others were wounded. And you saw that trauma, you saw that pain, you saw that agony through the eyes of a child. And you, like the children of every soldier, sacrificed more than most in this crowd will ever know. But through it all, you have persevered. You've grown into incredible adults with families of your own. You make me and Mom so proud of everything you've done and everything you will do. I could not have made it through 4.5 decades of military service without each of you. I'm deeply honored to have worn the cloth of this nation for 43.5 years. And I'm humbled to have served as the 20th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Joint Force, as I said, is the most lethal and capable military in the world. And our enemies know it. We are currently standing watch on freedom's frontier with a 250,000 troops deployed in 150 countries. In the last 4 years, we've executed countless operations, exercises, and training around the world. We've destroyed ISIS and served justice to Baghdadi. We've supported Ukraine in their fight for freedom against Putin's war of aggression and strengthened the NATO alliance. We maintained stability in Asia. We fought terrorists in Africa and the Middle East. We defended the homeland, provided support in countless disasters, protected the American people during COVID. And more than 800,000 of us served in Afghanistan. And to each of you, be proud that you protected this country for 20 consecutive years at great cost, with 2,326 killed in action and 20,713 of us wounded, alongside your brave colleagues from CIA and FBI and Department of State and USAID and many others from our government and our allies and partners. Hold your head high. You served, you did what your country asked, and each of you served with honor, courage, skill, and dignity. And never forget that. Today, our joint force is ready. Right now, as we are here at Fort Myer on this field, there are 60 to 100 United States Navy warships sailing the 7 seas to ensure freedom of navigation. And our Coast Guard has saved countless lives at sea. Right now, in the last 24 hours, we flew over 5,000 sorties. And we do that every day to protect our homeland, support our allies, and keep the skies safe. Our Space Force is rapidly expanding into that new domain. And our Army and Marines are currently forward deployed to maintain peace and stability throughout the world. And simultaneously, this joint force is preparing for the future. We're investing in capabilities to sustain our military overmatch and modernize the force. And our pace forward will not stop. General C.Q. Brown is the right leader to accelerate change. He's the right man at the right time to carry on the mission of this great military. CQ knows how to lead a global fighting force. He will build combat readiness, and there's no doubt he will meet the challenges of tomorrow. And beside him is his wife, Shireen, and their sons, who have been pillars of support throughout this journey. Congratulations to you and your family. And CQ, we look forward to your leadership over the next 4 years. You're a man of character and integrity, and that is your most important quality. So thank you, CQ, for what you're about to do. But today is not about anyone up here on this stage. It's not about the President, the Secretary of Defense, me, CQ. It's not about us. It's about something much larger than all of us. It's about our democracy. It's about our republic. It's about the colors posted behind me. It's about the ideas and the values that make up this great experiment in liberty. Those values and ideas are contained within the Constitution of the United States of America, which is the moral North Star for all of us who have the privilege of wearing the cloth of our nation. It is that document, the idea that is America, it is that document that gives purpose to our service. It is that document that gives purpose to our lives. It is that document that all of us in uniform swear to protect and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That has been true across generations, and we in uniform are willing to die to pass that document off to the next generation. So it is that document that gives ultimate purpose to our death. The motto of our country is E pluribus unum. From the many come one. We are one nation under God. We are indivisible with liberty for all. And the motto of our Army for over 200 years, since 14 June 1775, when a company of Pennsylvania riflemen formed it. The motto has been, "This we'll defend." And the "this" refers to the Constitution of the United States, that we, the people, in order to form a more perfect union, to protect the liberty of this country. You see, we in uniform are unique. We are unique among the world's armies. We are unique among the world's militaries. We don't take an oath to a country. We don't take an oath to a tribe. We don't take an oath to a religion. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to the Constitution, and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it. Every soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Guardian, and Coast Guardsman, each of us commits our very life to protect and defend that document, regardless of personal price, and we are not easily intimidated. More than 1.1 million in uniform have paid the supreme sacrifice, to include the 400,000 that rest in eternal peace at Arlington National Cemetery. Those who sacrificed themselves on the altar of freedom in the last 2.5 centuries of this country must not have done so in vain. The millions wounded in our nation's wars did not sacrifice their limbs and shed their blood to see this great experiment in democracy perish from this earth. No, we, the United States military, will always be true to those that came before us, We will never, under any circumstances, turn our back on our duty. Thomas Paine famously wrote in his pamphlet, The Crisis, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women. And tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. From the earliest days, before we were even a nation, our military stood there. It stood on the wall, it stood in the breach, it suffered the crucible of combat, and it stood to watch and defended liberty for all Americans. Each of us signs a blank check to this country to protect our freedom. The blood we spill pays for our freedom of speech. Our blood pays for the right to assemble, our due process, our freedom of the press, our right to vote, and all the other rights and privileges that come with being an American. It is the blood of our fallen, it is the blood of our wounded that sustains our freedom, and we should always be inspired by them. We should never forget them, and we should always honor them. That is why my father's uncle fought and was wounded at the Meuse-Argonne in 1918. That's why his other uncle fought and was hurt at Gallipoli in 1916. That's why my uncle, my father's brother, was at Normandy, and while my mother's brother was in the Philippines. That is why yet another uncle fought in Korea, and my cousins fought in Vietnam. That is why my mother treated those returning from the Pacific. And that is why my father hit the beach at Iwo Jima. So that we, the people, in order to form that more perfect union, may enjoy the fruits of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We, the American people, we, the American military, must never turn our back on those that came before us. And we will never turn our back on the Constitution. That is our North Star. That is who we are, and that is why we fight. Thank you, and may God bless our military, and may God bless the United States of America.
For 44 years, this soldier stood to watch, while many of us lay in our bunk at night. This husband stood to watch. Of us were in school, learning our trade. This father stood to watch. Yes, before some of us were born in this world, this army captain stood to watch. While the storm cloud war grew dark on the horizon of history, this green beret stood to watch. Many times he was deployed to far-off lands. He cast an eye across the ocean to see Holly Ann, Mary, Peter, and his grandchildren standing on the shore, needing his love, comfort, and hand-hold during those tough times. But he still stood to watch. For 44 years, he stood to watch to ensure our Constitution could be safely passed to the next generation, and so his fellow Americans could toil to form a more perfect union and sleep soundly each and every night, knowing that warriors like him stood to watch. Today, we are here to say, General, the watch stands relieved by those you've trained relieved by those you mentored, and relieved by those you have led for 44 years. General Mark A. Milley, you stand relieved. We have the watch.
Aye, sir. Pass in review. Right. Backwards. Hey. Right. Shoulder. Up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of the songs of the armed services. The United States Coast Guard. The United States Space Force. The United States Air Force.
Sir, this concludes today's ceremony. Sir. Forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in place until the departure of the presidential motorcade.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Cindy McCain.
Hi, I hear my grandsons. Good morning, everyone. I am so pleased to be here this morning to see not only all of you, but certainly the President who is here. Mr. President, Madam Governor, esteemed guests, welcome to what is the first step of many in the creation of an enduring, impactful, and fitting legacy for my husband. It has taken 5 long years since John's death to have the honor of standing here before you with the proud knowledge of what now stands before all of us, thanks to the work of so many people. This future library will provide the beating heart and soul to help further the causes John so dearly believed in, and will be the impetus to bring them back to where they belong, to the place that he loves so, Arizona. The road ahead is just beginning, but we know where it will lead. John would have hated if we'd made this occasion just about him, but instead he would have wanted to make it about what is most important, John's constant mantra of service to a cause greater than one's self-interest. And this will be embodied here within this project. From nurturing the flame of democracy, calling others to a cause of character-driven leadership, or championing the issues most important to Arizonans. His indomitable spirit will live on through the actions and the ideals that we will imbue here. There is no more starkly manifest personification of these causes and how they bring us together than the fact that President Biden is here to get us underway. While John and he differed on many political issues through their respective careers, the great causes that brought them together and were most important to our nation are shared in this venture. It is my true hope that it will also serve as a motivation to inspire a new generation to take on the mantle of public service and to fight for the worthy causes they believe in, just as John did. We would not be capable of this great undertaking without the efforts of countless friends and advocates. I cannot thank those who have brought us here today. To name a few, of course, the McCain family, Governor Ducey, Governor Hobbs, and of course, President Biden. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And we know that your faith and assistance are the foundation of the great work that lays ahead. And now, in true John McCain fashion, we have much to do. I'm going to introduce the president, but give me just a second to add a special note, if I may. I don't know that many of you even know this. I was a young woman teaching special education, and I went to spring break with my parents to Hawaii. And while I was there, we were invited to this glorious reception held on behalf of a Senate delegation on their way to China. During the course of that event, there were two people that came over to me and said, "You have got to meet this man in this room." President Biden and Mrs. Biden introduced me to my husband, and I'm so grateful for that. It is my sincere honor to introduce to you President Joe Biden.
I'm going to put a little more meat on that bone, that last one. John and I used to travel together. When John got back from all that time in Vietnam in prison, was released, he decided he wanted to go back to stay in the military, and he was assigned to the United States Senate and to the military office there that travels with senators when they travel abroad. And John and I put in a couple 100,000 miles together. And on our way to, I think I was going to either China, I can't remember what the destination was, China, I think. And we stopped in Hawaii. And the chief naval of operations was there, showing me around. They did an event for me. And John kept looking at your mom. Oh, I'm serious. And he said, "God, she's beautiful." I said, "Yeah, she is, John." And I said, "Well, I'll go up and say hi to her." She said, No, I'm not going to do that. Well, as your mom, I won't go into more detail, but I'll tell you, I insisted that they meet. And I take credit I take credit for you guys. And I just told your mom. John and I had something in common. We both married way above our station. Way above our station. Cindy, or I should call you Madam Ambassador, thank you for all you've done, all you do, you continue to do. Jack and Bridget, the entire McCain family, and all those who love the McCain family. Oh, I didn't see you all up there. Whoa! Don't jump, don't jump. Well, I tell you what, it's an honor to be with you. It's a genuine honor. Governor Hobbs, you've done an incredible job. You've been a leader and defender of democracy, and you've always been available when I've called, and I hope I've been available when you called as well. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, in the end, John McCain thought about the beginning. 5 years ago, as John was dying from brain cancer, John wrote a farewell letter to the nation that he said that he served so well in both war and in peace. His words track back centuries to America's founding and then toward a triumphant future. Here's what John wrote, and I quote, "We are citizens of the world's greatest republic, a nation of ideals, not blood and soil. Americans never quit. They never hide from history. America makes history." And John was right. Every other nation in the world has been founded on either grouping by ethnicity, religion, background. We're the most unique nation in the world. We're founded on idea. The only major nation in the world founded on an idea that we are all created equal, endowed by in the image of God, endowed by our Creator to be able to treat it equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it. But there's danger we're walking too far away from it now, the way we talk in this debate, in this country. Because a long line of patriots like John McCain kept it from ever becoming something other than what it is. I often think about our friendship of 40 years. The hammer and tong debates we'd have in the Senate. We'd argue, we're like two brothers. We'd argue like hell. I mean, really go at one another. Then we'd go to lunch together. No, not a joke. Or John would ride home with me. I mean, we travel the world together. And by the way, when he found this magnificent woman and got married, I'm the guy that convinced him to run in Arizona as a Republican. Bless me, Father. No, but you got to admit, Cindy, I did. I talked to him and I said, John, you can do this job. My only worry is you'll do it too well. But look, running on opposite sides of the nation's highest office when he was running for president and I was on the vice presidential ticket, we still remain friends. The conversation he had with my son, Bo, the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, a decorated major in the U.S. Army, was a guy who spent a year in Iraq, about serving in a war overseas, about the courage and battle against the same cancer. And that took John and my son. 2 weeks ago, I thought about John as I was standing in another part of the world, in Vietnam. I don't want to be, excuse me if it was an emotional trip. I was there to usher in a 50-year arc of progress of two countries, pushed by John, and I might add, another John, this former Secretary of State, John from Massachusetts, won the Silver Star as well. Once at war, we're now choosing the highest possible partnership made possible through John's leadership. I mean it sincerely. Think about it. While in Hanoi, I visited a marker depicting where John had endured all the pain. Imprisoned 5.5 years, solitary confinement for 2 years, given an opportunity to come home if he just said a couple things. He was beaten, bloodied, bones broken, isolated, tortured, left unable to raise his arms above his shoulders again. As I stood there paying my respects, I thought about how much I miss my friend. And it's not hyperbole. From the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I thought about something else as well. I thought about how much America missed John right now. How much America needed John's courage and foresight and vision. I thought about what John stood for, what he fought for, what he's willing to die for. I thought about what we owed John, what I owed him, and what we owe each other. We owed each other as well, Americans as well. You see, John's one of those patriots. When they die, their voices are never silent. They still speak to us. They tug at both our hearts and our conscience. And they pose the most profound questions. Who are we? What do we stand for? What do we believe? What will we be? For John, it was country first. Sounds like a movie, but it's real with John. Honor, duty, decency, freedom, liberty, democracy. And now history has brought us to a new time of testing. Very few of us will ever be asked to endure what John McCain endured. But all of us are being asked right now, what will we do to maintain our democracy? Will we, as John wrote, never quit? Will we not hide from history, but make history? Will we put partisanship aside and put country first? I say we must, and we will. We will. But it's not easy. It's not easy. Why don't you wait? Hang on a second. I'll be happy to meet with you after I speak, okay?
Why have you yet to declare a climate emergency? Not practically, but actually.
Well, I tell you what, if you shush up, I'll meet with you immediately after this, okay? But democracy never is easy, as we just demonstrated. The cause is worth giving our all, for democracy makes all things possible. Let me begin with the core principles. Democracy means rule of the people, not rule of monarchs, not rule of the money, not rule of the mighty. Regardless of party, that means respecting free and fair elections, accepting the outcome, win or lose. It means you can't love your country only when you win. Democracy means rejecting and repudiating political violence. Regardless of party, such violence is never, never, never acceptable in America. It's undemocratic, and it must never be normalized to advance political power. And democracy means respecting the institutions that govern a free society. That means adhering to the timeless words in the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. A mission statement embodied in our Constitution, our system of separation of powers and checks and balances. Our Constitution, the bulwark to prevent the abuse of power, to ensure we, the people, move forward together under the law, rather than believing the only way is one way or no way at all. But our institutions and our democracy are not just of government. The institutions of democracy depend on the Constitution and our character, and the habits of our hearts and our minds. Institutions like the McCain Institute and the new McCain Library that will be built at Arizona State University with the funding from the American Rescue Plan, which I signed into law when I came to office. A library that's going to house John's archives, host dialogue and debate, inspire future leaders around the world to serve tens of thousands of underserved Arizonans as a reminder of our obligation to one another. These principles of democracy are essential in a free society, but they have always been embattled. Today, let's be clear. While we've made progress, democracy is still at risk. This is not hyperbole. It's a simple truth. A simple truth. I've made the defense and protection and preservation of American democracy the central issue of my presidency. From the speech I made at Gettysburg in the inaugural address to the anniversary of January 6th insurrection, to Independence Hall in Philadelphia, to the speech I made at Union Station in Washington. I've spoken about the danger of election denialism, political violence, and the battle for the soul of America. Today in America, to honor an institution devoted to the defense of democracy, named in honor of a true patriot, I'm here to speak about another threat to our democracy that we all too often ignore. The threat to our political institutions, to our Constitution itself, and the very character of our nation. Democracy is maintained by adhering to the Constitution and the march toward perfecting our union by protecting and expanding rights with each successive generation, including that little guy. He's going to talk about it. And it's okay. In my house, kids prevail, okay? This adherence isn't optional. We can't be situational. We can't be only there when it's good for yourself. It's constant and unyielding, even when it's easy, and most important, when it's hard. For centuries, the American Constitution has been a model for the world, with other countries adopting we the people as their North Star as well. But as we know how damaged our institutions of democracy, the judiciary, the legislature, the executive, have become in the eyes of the American people, even the world, from attacks within the past few years. I know virtually every major world leader. That's what I did when I was a senator, as vice president, and now. Everywhere I go in the world, and I've met now with over 100 heads of state of the nations of the world. Everywhere I go, they look and they ask the question, is it going to be okay? Think about this. First meeting I attended of the G7, the 7 wealthiest nations in the world, in Europe, the NATO meeting. I sat down, it was in January, after being elected, the late January, early February, and it was in England. And I sat down, I said, America's back. Macron looked at me and he said, Mr. President, for how long? For how long? And then, Chancellor of Germany said, Mr. President, what would you think if you pick up the paper tomorrow, the London Times, and it said 1,000 people broke down the doors of Parliament, marched and killed 2 bobbies in order to overthrow an election of a new prime minister? What would you think then? What would America think? What would we think? The leading nation in the world, having gone through what we went through. And many of you travel internationally. Many of you know people around the world. I'd be surprised if you heard anything different than a concern about, are we okay? Is the democracy going to be sustained? And for that institutional damage, we see distrust and division among our own people. I'm here to tell you, we lose these institutions of our government at our own peril. And I've always been clear, democracy is not a partisan issue. It's an American issue. I've come to honor the McCain Institute and Library because they are a home of a proud Republican who put his country first. Our commitment should be no less, because democracy should unite all Americans, regardless of political affiliation. And there's something dangerous happening in America now. There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy. The MAGA movement. Not every Republican, not even a majority of Republicans adhere to the MAGA extremist ideology. I know because I've been able to work with Republicans my whole career. But there's no question that today's Republican Party is driven and intimidated by MAGA Republican extremists. Their extreme agenda, if carried out, would fundamentally alter the institutions of American democracy as we know it. My friends, they're not hiding their attacks. They're openly promoting them. attacking the free press as the enemy of the people, attacking the rule of law as an impediment, fomenting voter suppression and election subversion. Did you ever think we'd be having debates at your stage of your careers where banning books and burying history? Extremists in Congress more determined to shut down the government, to burn the place down, than to let the people's business be done. Our U.S. military, and this is not hyperbole, I've said it for the last 2 years, is the strongest military in the history of the world. Not just the strongest in the world, in the history of the world. The most diverse, the most powerful in the history of the world. And it's being accused of being weak and woke by the opposition. One guy in Alabama is holding up the promotion of every hundreds of these officers. Frankly, these extremists have no idea what the hell they're talking about. No, I'm serious. They're pushing a notion the defeated former president expressed when he was in office and believes applies only to him. And this is a dangerous notion. This president is above the law, no limits on power. Trump says the Constitution gave him, quote, the right to do whatever he wants as president, end of quote. I've never heard a president say that in jest. Not guided by the Constitution or by common service and decency toward our fellow Americans, but by vengeance and vindictiveness. We see the headlines. Quote, sweeping expansion of presidential power. The goal to, quote, alter the balance of power by increasing the president's authority over every part of the federal government, end of quote. What's it they intend to do once they erode the constitutional order of checks and balances and separation of powers? Limit the independence of federal agencies? Put them under the thumb of a president? Give the president the power to refuse to spend money that Congress has appropriated if he doesn't like what it's being spent for? Not veto, it doesn't like what it's being spent for, it's there. Get rid of long-standing protections for civil servants. Remember what he did. He's leaving office. He imposed a new thing, the civil service. But then he imposed a new schedule. Schedule F was called. These civil servants had to pledge loyalty to the president, not the Constitution. They did not require any protections of the president to be able to wholesale fire them if he wanted, because they had no civil service protection. One of the first things I got rid of when I became president. Just consider these as actual quotes from MAGA, the MAGA movement. Quote, I am your retribution. Slitting throats of civil servants, replacing them with extreme political cronies. MAGA extremists proclaim support for law enforcement only to say, we, quote, we must destroy the FBI. It's not one person. It's a controlling element of the House Republican Party. Whitewash attacks of January 6th by calling the spearing and stomping of police quote, a legitimate political discourse. Do you ever think you'd hear leaders of political parties in the United States of America speak like that? Seizing power, concentrating power, attempting to abuse power, purging and packing key institutions, spewing conspiracy theories, spreading lies for profit and power to divide America in every way, inciting violence against those who risk their lives to keep America safe, weaponizing against the very soul of who we are as Americans. This MAGA threat is a threat to the brick and mortar of our democratic institutions, but it's also a threat to the character of our nation. That gives our Constitution life, that binds us together as Americans in common cause. None of this is surprising now. They've tried to govern that way before, and thank God they failed. But they haven't given up. Just look at recent days. There are accusations of treason against the major news network because they don't like its coverage. I don't know what the hell I'd say about Fox if that becomes the rule. But think about it. I'm joking, but think about it. Tomorrow, I have the honor of overseeing the change of responsibilities of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States military, from one genuine hero and patriot, General Mark Milley, to another, General C.Q. Brown. Both defining leaders of our time. And yet, here is what you hear from MAGA extremists about the retiring patriot general honoring his oath to the Constitution. Quote, he's a traitor, end of quote. In times gone by, the punishment, quote, in times gone by, the punishment would have been death, end of quote. This is the United States of America. This is the United States of America. And although I don't believe even a majority of Republicans think that, the silence is deafening. The silence is deafening. Hardly any Republican called out such heinous statements. Just as they watched one MAGA senator outrageously said blocking the promotions of hundreds of top military leaders and affecting not only those leaders, but their families, their children. MAGA extremists claim support of our troops, but they're harming military readiness, leadership, troop morale, freezing pay, freezing military families in limbo. Just as they look the other way when the defeated former president refused to pay respects at an American cemetery near Paris, referring to the American servicemen buried there, and I've been to the cemetery, as suckers and losers. Quotes. I'm not making this up. I know we all tried not to remember it, but that's what he said. He called servicemen suckers and losers. Was John a sucker? Was my son Bo, who lived next to a burn pit for a year and came home and died? Was he a sucker for volunteering to serve his country? The same guy who denigrates the heroism of John McCain. It's not only wrong, it's un-American. But it never changes. The MAGA extremists across the country have made it clear where they stand. So the challenge for the rest of America, for the majority of Americans, is to make clear where we stand. Do we still believe in the Constitution? Do we believe in the basic decency and respect? The whole country should honestly ask itself, and I mean it sincerely, what it wants and understand the threats to our democracy. I believe very strongly that the defining feature of our democracy is our Constitution. I believe in the separation of powers and checks and balances, that debate and disagreement do not lead to disunion. I believe in free and fair elections and a peaceful transfer of power. I believe there's no place in America, none, for political violence. We have to denounce hate, not embolden it. Across the aisle, across the country, I see fellow Americans, not mortal enemies. We're a great nation because we're good people who believe in honor, decency, and respect. I was able to get the infrastructure bill passed. It's over $1 trillion. The majority of it so far has gone to red states who didn't vote for me because I represent all of, no, I'm serious. I represent all Americans, wherever the need is. And I believe every president should be a president for all Americans. To use the office of the president to unite the nation, uphold the duty to care for all Americans. I've tried my very best, and I'm sure I haven't met the test of all of you want me to meet. But tried my very best to meet the highest standards, whether you voted for me or not, because that's the job, to deliver light, not heat, to make sure democracy delivers for everyone, to know we're a nation of unlimited possibilities, of wisdom and decency, a nation focused on the future. I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has. 68 hours alone with just he and I and an interpreter. Traveled 17,000 miles with him here and in China. On the Tibetan plateau, he turned to me and he asked me, he said, "Can you define America for me?" And I was deadly earnest. I said, "Yes. In one word, possibilities. We in America believe anything's possible if we try it. Anything we do together, we can get done." We faced some tough times in recent years, and I'm proud of the progress we made as a country. But the real credit doesn't go to me and my administration for the progress. For this progress, the real heroes of the story are you, the American people. And that's not hyperbole again, which is why I'm asking you that regardless of whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent, put the preservation of our democracy before everything else. Put our country first. Over the past few years, we can and should be proud American democracy, proud of what we've been able to hold on to. We can't take democracy for granted. Remember when you were in high school and college, if you took political science, said every generation has to protect democracy? I used to think that that was just a saying. But here I am as President of the United States of America, making this speech about my fear of the diminishment of democracy. Folks, every generation has to be vigilant. You know, toward the end of my Senate campaign, I convinced Strom Thurmond to vote for the civil rights legislation. Not a joke. And I thought, well, you can defeat hate. You can't defeat it. Just bury it. When someone comes along and lifts up the rock and breathes a little oxygen in there, it comes roaring back. It comes roaring back. We should all remember, democracies don't have to die at the end of a rifle. They can die when people are silent, when they fail to stand up or condemn the threats to democracy. When people are willing to give away that which is most precious to them because they feel frustrated, disillusioned, tired, alienated. I get it. I really do. I get it. For all its faults, though American democracy remains the best path forward to prosperity, possibilities, progress, fair play, equality. And democracy requires all of us and all the major parties. You matter. And again, I'm not just trying to be nice here. You matter. All of you in this auditorium. Because history and common sense tell us that we can change things by adhering to our Constitution and our institutions of democracy. Our task, our sacred task of our time, is to make sure that they change, not for the worse, but for the better. That democracy survives and thrives, not be smashed by a movement more interested in power than in principle. It's up to us, the American people. In my view, the more people vote, the more engaged the whole nation becomes, the stronger democracy will be. So the answer to the threats we face is engagement. It's not to sit in the sidelines. It's to build coalitions and community. To remind ourselves, there's a clear majority of us who believe in our democracy and are ready to protect it. To the students here today, the young people across the country, you're the reason I'm so optimistic. I know I don't look it, but I've been doing this for a long time. But all kidding aside, I've never been more optimistic about America's chances in domestic and foreign policy than today. I really mean it. Because the young people, 100,000 students at this university and all across America, they are the most gifted, the most tolerant, the most talented, and the best educated generation in American history. And it's your generation, more than anyone else's, who will answer the questions, the legitimate questions the young man asked me a moment ago I'm going to meet with. Questions for America. Who are we? What do we stand for? What do we believe? Who will we be? It's not your burden alone, but your generation will not be ignored, will not be shunned, will not be silent. I've said it before. We're at an inflection point in our history One of those moments that not only happens once every several generations, it happens once every 8 or 9 generations, where the decisions made in a short period of time we're in now are going to determine the course of this country and the world for the next 6 or 7 decades. So, you, me, every American is committed to preserving our democracy and our constitutional protections. We carry a special responsibility. We have to stand up for American values embedded in the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, because we know the MAGA extremists have already proven they won't. You know, Madeleine Albright wrote a book, former Secretary of State, saying we're the essential nation. We are, and I think you've sensed it abroad, Cindy, haven't you? Any room I walk into, no matter what heads of state I'm with, everything stops. Not because of Joe Biden, but because I'm President of the United States of America. We are the essential nation. We are the essential nation. The rest of the world is looking. So we have to stand up for our Constitution, our institutions of democracy, because MAGA extremists have made it clear they're not going to. History's watching. The world is watching. And most important, our children and grandchildren will hold us responsible. So let me close with this. In 3 years, we'll commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. A moment not only about our past, celebrating all we've done, but a moment about the future, but all we can be, still be. Imagine that moment and ask, what do we want to be? Now's our time to continue to choose and secure a sacred cause of the American democracy. I know we can meet this moment. John knew we could meet this moment. He believed, as so many patriots before him did, the character, destiny, in our own lives, in the life of this nation. He believed in us. That's what we see in the McCain Institute and Library, and every day places across America doing extraordinary things. And remember, that the soul of America depends on the souls of all Americans. How we choose to see our nation, how we choose to see ourselves, how we choose to lead, not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. So let's never quit. Let's never hide from history. Let's make history. If we do that, we'll have done our duty to our country and to each other. Future generations say, we kept the faith. We'll have proved, through all its imperfections, America is still a place of possibilities, a beacon for the world of promise realized, where the power forever resides with we, the people. That's our soul. That's who we truly are. That's who we must always be. And that's why I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just need to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. Well, God bless you all. May God bless John McCain and his family, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
And statement still stands. Yes, it still does. Michael.
Next screen. If President Biden was fatigued during the debate because of overseas travel that was 12 days beforehand, like he said he was last night, doesn't that raise questions about his ability to effectively serve a second term until he's 86 years old?
Well, I mean, look, I think there's multiple factors here to consider. There was the travel. The travel led to a cold. And I think that matters as well. And I think we've all been there. We've all been there. It is not unusual. And what the president did is he pushed through. He did. He pushed forward and he pushed through. And that's what you saw him do. And look, you know, you heard me say this yesterday, and you heard directly from the president say this multiple times. When you get knocked down, you get back up. Joe Biden is someone who has faced tragedies, and he's taking them on. And when he does that, he gets right back up. And that's how we see that day. That's how we see that night.
And what was his message to congressional leaders today? I mean, is he trying to instill confidence in them that he can run effectively for his reelection bid? Was that the purpose of the
So look, I'm not going to get into certainly private conversations. He had, he shared with me those conversations were strong. And I think that's important to note. I'm not going to go into details, but the president's going to, continue to have those direct conversations with leaders, with supporters, and he believes that's important to do.
Were they united with him in the call?
They continue to be united, and some of them have spoken to this. They've been very clear, have gone on television, spoken to some of you in your reporting, and said that very clearly.
Thank you. Thanks, Corinne. Can you share any details on President Biden's and Vice President Harris's lunch today? Do you know if they discussed Vice President Harris potentially taking over? Do you know if that came up today?
I mean, I just stated that the president is not dropping out. That's something that the campaign has shared. So I'm just repeating what the campaign has shared. They regularly have lunch. And I'm not going to get into private conversation. And I would also say that the vice president spoke to CBS just yesterday, and you could see what she said herself. And I think that's important to note as well.
I just want to also ask, you mentioned that President Biden got the cold because of traveling.
Yeah.
So is cold is directly tied to him traveling, or is it just he got the cold regularly?
What I can tell you is he traveled, then he got a cold. That's what happened. Get Michael.
You mentioned a few times that the president's proud of his record. He wants to continue his work and building on that record.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand how that's relevant to an assessment, a self-reflection by him on whether or not he's physically capable of continuing.
I think it is an assessment. I think the fact that he's able to work across the aisle, get really big bipartisan legislation done. He's been able to get us out of the pandemic, able to get the economy back on its feet. I think that shows leadership. And I think that's important, right? He is making these decisions on behalf of the American people. And he's able to do that because of his experience, because of his wisdom. And I think that's all connected as well. We can't forget that.
Just building on, Lisa Kelly-Kent's question on self-reflection by the president. You've mentioned as well that he understands the stakes in the election, and if the data is showing that he may be leading the party toward, electoral disaster, is there not going to be reflection?
Look, right now, I got to be really mindful. You're asking about a campaign. You're asking about data that's connected to the campaign. I want to be really mindful here. And it's also hypothetical. And so I also want to be really mindful here. What I can say is right now, and where the president is, he is continuing to fight for the American people, continue to build an economy that works for all, continue to create good paying jobs, expand healthcare. That is the president's focus. That is the president's focus. Anything else related to the campaign, I would refer you to the campaign to speak to that directly as it relates to data. That is not something that I can't be a pundit from here. Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah,
thanks, Corinne. I have two questions on Bolivia. First, former President of Bolivia, Evo Morales, and also Argentine President Javier Milei have accused President Luis Arce of staging a self-coup last week. Does the administration believe on any evidence if this was the case?
So, look, I want to be really mindful here. We have seen the false allegations of U.S. involvement in the events of Bolivia on June 26. I know that's something that has come up a couple of times. And so want to make sure that it is clear that the U.S. had no involvement in that. Look, we certainly strongly condemn the deployment of Army units in Bolivia in any attempt to subvert a constitutional order. And we are going to continue, and I said this last week, we're going to continue, or the week before, stand by democracy and the people of Bolivia. And that is where we're going to continue to stand.
Can I have another one?
Sure.
With the U.S. government and the Venezuelan government resuming negotiations today, I wanted to get, if you can give us like a clearer picture of what it entails and how far the U.S. government is willing to go. So two questions on that. Would the U.S. government be willing to alleviate sanctions? And is there any plan for Maduro to step down from power without fear of continued legal prosecution?
So to your question about the dialogue that's happening, we certainly welcome that, and if in good faith, right? The dialogue in good faith. So we welcome that. We're clear-eyed that democratic change will not be easy and requires serious commitment. So we remain committed to supporting the will of the people of Venezuela and a path toward democratic governance via competitive and also inclusive elections. Any specific details about that, I don't have any to share about the diplomatic engagement, but we certainly welcome it in good faith, and that's what we want to see. Good.
Thank you so much, Karen. I just also want to follow up on the remarks the President made yesterday at the fundraiser. He said that he didn't listen to his staff. So what kind of advice did he get? Because it gives the impression that his staff is asking him to, slow down or maybe cancel some trips or have a lighter schedule.
Look, I didn't get into the president specifically about what he meant by that, so I want to be really mindful. I don't want to get into that. But I think what the president was trying to say is that he had a schedule that was rigorous. The travel that he had to do, crossing multiple, obviously, going from Italy all the way to the West Coast, and I think. As you know, that can have a toll on anyone, whether you're 20 or 80. That can have a toll on you, and so I think that's what he was alluding to, speaking to. I don't want to go beyond that because I haven't spoken to him on the other component of when he was speaking about his staff. But as it relates to certainly the travel. It was rigorous. He had a rigorous travel. We talk about it sometimes. I think I've mentioned this with some of your colleagues, that he has especially when he travels abroad, it's a pretty rigorous travel. We get tired looking at him doing his meetings and traveling. And so I think that's what he was speaking to. And I don't think it has a toll on, regardless of what age you are, it has a toll on you, that type of travel. Okay.
Thank you. There's no question that international travel can be rigorous. I think the confusion is that he's still suffering from the effects of that nearly 2 weeks later. So can you articulate a little bit about, do you guys usually have accommodations for him after he does a trip, that he's going to have jet lag for that long a period of time?
So can you, when you say 2 weeks later, what do you mean?
Well, the debate, he arrives back in the United States 12 or 13 days before the debate. So his explanation for a poor debate performance is jet lag.
So what I want to say is it's the jet lag and also the cold, right? It is the two things and that occurred. And you all heard it in his voice when he did the debate, right? And it is not even something that we shared ahead of time. You heard it in his voice and we confirmed it. And I think that's important to note as well. It is the jet lag and the cold. But I want to be really clear here. This is not an excuse, right? This is not an excuse. You all asked for an explanation and we're giving it an explanation. It is not an excuse. I don't want that to be the leading piece of this. The only reason we're sharing this, because it was asked of me here, and the president certainly wanted to give an explanation himself, and that's what he did yesterday. We understand that it wasn't his best night. It wasn't a great debate. We understand that, and we understand what supporters saw, what the American people saw, and what you all saw. And so we wanted to give an explanation. So I don't want to get into this, are you giving this excuse, not an excuse? We're giving you what our explanation was. We want to continue to make sure that we do everything that we can to deliver for the American people. That's what we're going to continue to do.
I also wanted to ask just about the schedule again.
Yeah.
Because a lot of high-level Democrats, I think, were concerned with the debate performance, but they've also been almost just as or more concerned about the response since then, that he hasn't done more. He spoke for 4 minutes in public on Monday evening on the Supreme Court decision, and he spoke for about 10 minutes in public yesterday with the emergency weather situation.
And he's going to speak today. He's going to go to Wisconsin. He's going to go to Pennsylvania.
But it truly is an emergency situation. It's taking almost a week for him to sort of address it. When there's natural disasters, when there's other things happening, he wants to get in front of the cameras and speak to it. In this case, there seems to be multiple days.
Matt, I would disagree with you. He did address it. He addressed it on Friday in North Carolina in front of hundreds of supporters. He addressed it. And he talked about an issue that you all ask me about all the time, his age. Like he took it head on, literally head on. He didn't run away from it. He didn't hide from it. He said, I am not a young man, obviously. I'm not as a good debater as I used to be. I don't talk as smooth. I don't walk as easily as I used to. He said it himself to hundreds of supporters in North Carolina. So I would disagree that he didn't take this head on. He did. He did. He talked about it in front of supporters.
He's had one instance with that, and he's called 6 people.
But by the way, that matters, right? Engaging with the American people and standing in front of them and being honest about that and talking about age. Again, something that you all ask me about all the time. He took that right on. Now, he is talking and engaging with leaders. That is something that he's doing. He's having good conversations with them. He's going to meet with Democratic governors, governors who he believes have been really strong partners with him in delivering on some of these historic accomplishments. But, I would, disagree on him not taking this head on. I mean, being in North Carolina and taking that head on, obviously that's not the speech that he was going to give on Thursday, right? Before the debate. So he understood, right, when he got to North Carolina that he needed to address it. And he decided to do it in front of supporters. And he talked about it. I'm going to go to the back. I'm going to come. Ken.
That's great. I want to go back to the NATO meeting, if I
Sure.
could. Polling this week shows the president losing more ground in the American eyes over immigration, over economy, and foreign policy. So does that, with everything else, diminish the position of the president as these NATO leaders are coming in for those meetings?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And I said this moments ago when I was answering a question of one of your colleagues. These foreign leaders have seen the president personally up close for the past 3 years. They have talked about his leadership. They have commended his leadership. They have been proud to see him as the president of the United States after what they experienced in the last administration. Some of them have been even quoted about what the president has been able to do during his past 3 years. German Chancellor Scholz. I think that Joe Biden is someone who is very clear, who knows exactly what he is doing, and who is one of the most experienced politicians in the world, especially when it comes to international politics. The Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu. I have had more than a dozen extended phone conversations with President Biden. He also came on a visit to Israel during wartime, which is an historic first. I found him very clear and very focused. I mean, these are leaders that he has had extensive engagement with over the past 3 years. They have seen him up close and personal. The president looks very much looks forward to hosting NATO next week.
Let me ask you about the Supreme Court quickly. So the comments that the president made on Monday, does the president respect the authority of the Supreme Court?
Here's what I will say. The president has spoken often, very powerfully, about the events of January 6th. He has, and his views on what happened on that day. And what you heard from the president Monday night, he wasn't supposed to speak. He came back. He felt so strongly about the decision from the Supreme Court that he came back early and wanted to speak directly to the American people. And that's what he did. It was that significant. He believed as president of the United States to speak directly to the American people. And he said, this is a dangerous precedent. It is. It's a dangerous precedent. He also said and laid out that the Supreme Court has continued to take away long established freedoms and norms, including a woman's right to choose, and now threatening the fundamental American principle that no one is above the law. And so this is why the president came back, and that's what he spoke out about. And he fears for our democracy. He knows we must do everything that we can to fight.
But he can disagree with the ruling. Does he respect the authority?
He respects the authority of the Supreme Court. And like you just said in your question, he disagrees with the ruling. Absolutely. It is unprecedented. It is dangerous. And that's why the president wanted to make sure that the American people heard directly from him. Go ahead, Raquel.
Thank you, Karine. I want to do a follow-up about the lines that you were just reading on foreign leaders, because it seems like this perception has changed after the debate.
You mean the quotes that I was laying out for all of you from Chancellor?
Yeah, exactly.
and the
Because
Prime Minister.
talking to diplomats here in DC, they're telling me that the word
Diplomats or leaders of countries?
diplomats who work for these leaders.
Okay. No,
And
I know.
when
I
they're
just
saying-
wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I was
they're
talking about the
representing their
leaders.
countries
No, I
here.
hear you, but I'm talking about the leaders who have been on the record.
Yeah, but after the debate, what they're
Yeah.
saying that after the debate, allied countries are worried about the future of the U.S. and that it is a scary and embarrassing time for the country and that the U.S. leadership is at stake. And one said, imagine the watch party in Beijing and Moscow. So are they right to be worried?
Look, there's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake right now. There is. And I think that's why the president fights day in and day out on behalf of the American people. I got to be careful because you're kind of, they're worried about, I'm assuming, the election and what's going to happen. So I don't want to speak to that. But what I can say more broadly, there is a lot at stake. And we see that. We see that with Roe being overturned, the Dobs decision. We see that with what happened on January 6th. Our democracy and freedoms are at stake. And not only do diplomats and world leaders care about that, Americans here at home care about that. That is something that they worry about. And that is something that the president's going to continue to fight for. Going to be careful. I can't, get into hypotheticals, what will happen. There's obviously an election going on, but there is indeed a lot at stake. And we talk about this all the time. Democracy, freedoms, a woman's right to choose. That is important. That is important to fight for. And what Republicans are trying to do, extreme Republicans in Congress are trying to do, put 3 national bans on abortion. That's what the type of legislation that they want to push forward. So we disagree with that. We're going to stand with the majority of Americans. Go ahead, Paris.
Thank you, Corinne. 2 questions. One is on NATO. So on next week's summit, does President schedule any important ballots with the bilaterals with the leaders, especially including Turkish President Erdogan? And second question is, we know China had been causing a lot of conflicts in South China Sea, Taiwan Strait, and East Sea. Yesterday, we saw Chinese Coast Guard ship harass Japanese ship near Senkaku Islands, also detained a Taiwanese fish boat in Taiwan Strait. What is White House reaction to those comments?
So on the fish boat, we're obviously closely monitoring the incident. So we're going to continue to do that. And as far as any bilateral meetings, I don't have anything to read out to you at this time. I believe NSC is going to do a call on Friday to talk through what next week is going to look like with the NATO summit being here in DC. So I would say, stay tuned, look out for that. And we'll have more to share. And obviously, when there is a bilateral meeting, we certainly share that with all of you. Just don't have anything to preview at this time.
Follow up, has U.S. reached out to Japan and Taiwan offer support over those incidents?
Well, I don't have any calls, obviously, to speak to at this time, but we encourage both sides to maintain open lines of communication so they can get to a resolution here. And that's what we call for. Okay. Oh. No, go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. I just wanted to get to your answer to Raquel a few moments ago. You talked about there being a lot at stake, which I think.
I'm trying to be mindful. But
also trying to phrase the question in a way that you can answer.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I think millions and millions of Americans would agree with that assessment that there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, and I agree. That's what I said. It's not just diplomats, but it's also Americans here.
Right, and the president and you and others in the administration have acknowledged he didn't have a good night at the debate.
Yeah.
Is within his reaction to his own performance, does he think he let people down?
Look, this is certainly a president that I will say, and if you know Joe Biden, you know him as a senator and as vice president, he's very sensitive to how people feel, right? And he's very aware of that. I think he has that IQ that is certainly incredibly important as a president to be able to feel people's pains, feel people's concern, and be able to listen to them directly. And you see that. You see him do that anytime you see him engage with everyday people, Americans. And I think that's what makes this president so unique. And I think also because he's dealt with so much tragedy and knows what that feels like. I have not asked him specifically that question, But he understands the concerns. He understands what people saw. And that's why he's spoken to it multiple times. And he's spoken about his age, for example, multiple times, not just this past Friday. And he gets it. He gets it. We get it. And so what we're going to do is continue to look forward, continue to work on behalf of the American people. And there is a record here. There is a record here that we can speak to. There is a record here that matters to majority of Americans. We were able to turn some things around, whether it's the pandemic, the economy, expanding healthcare, all of those things matter to the American people. And so that's going to be certainly our focus. But, you know, the president gets it, guys. He does. He gets what people saw and how people felt. I can't, no, but I can't. I really can't. I gotta continue taking questions from the back, and I'm already being pulled. Go ahead, Phil. I'm already being pulled.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about some of the things the president said last week.
Last week?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, 13 U.S. service members died at Abbey Gate during the Afghanistan withdrawal. And then this year, 3 U.S. service members died in a drone attack in Jordan. And yet the president said, quote, he's the only president this century, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did, end quote. I get having a bad night, but how could the president get that so wrong?
So I appreciate the question. I really do. And I was asked about this, I believe, in the gaggle on Friday, I believe. And I said this, and I'll just reiterate this now. And again, I appreciate the opportunity. Look, the president cares deeply about our service members. He does. And their families, their immense sacrifices that they've made to take on and he takes on his responsibility as a commander in chief. And that is something that certainly he will continue to do. I mentioned moments ago that tomorrow on July 4th, he's going to have active military members here and their families to thank them personally. And obviously their families make sacrifices as well. And as you know, he attended the dignified transfer of the 13, as you just mentioned, brave service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan on August 26 in 2021, and as well as the 3 who lost their lives in Jordan earlier this year. I was there with the president, and you can see how much how important he understood it was for him to be there for that moment, to be there for the families. And so just want to be really clear about that, because he has so much gratitude. And we know that as a country, we can never repay them for their courage. But to your question, the president was making a comparison between how many service members have died under his leadership versus in previous years. That's what the comparison that he was making, and he was doing that because he cares so deeply about them and their families, and wants to keep troops safe. And that's what he certainly wants to continue to do. Let's not forget that for some time he carried a card in his pocket about how many service members were wounded and killed in Iraq and in Afghanistan. That's how much it was a reminder to him. The times that we live in.
I mean, this president said this century, this decade, but setting that aside, maybe on a different front here, what was the president trying to say when he said that he beat Medicare?
He meant to say he beat Big Pharma. I mean, that's what he meant to say.
And then finally, you have more interaction with the president than most folks. You know him better than most anyone else. Can you say, do you believe that the president is as sharp today as he was when he took this job? Have you seen any slowdowns?
What I can say is this is a president who is strong and resolute in delivering for the American people. That's what I see. I see a president when I'm sitting in front of him, going through the day or talking about what he's doing next. He is someone that engages with us. He wants to know. He pushes us. He prods us, wanting to figure out like the bigger picture of whatever we're trying to explain to him, or even granular details.
So he's as sharp as ever.
He is as sharp as ever, as I have known him to be in my engagement, in my experience with him. And I know when I walk into the Oval Office or see him on Air Force One, I have to be on top of my game. I do. I mean, and that's just kind of my engagement with him and how it's been for the past couple of years. I know I have to wrap it up. I know. Go ahead, Emily.
It's great I just wanted to ask, how is the president's health today? Does he still have his cold or is he feeling better? And then to clarify on the medical exam, because you said he hasn't had one since his last physical, he was on the way to the debate. The doctor was with him. He had a cold. He's 81. Does he not get checked out by the doctor? I'm just
Well, I can
curious how
tell
that
you,
works.
he did not get checked out by the doctor. It's a cold, guys. It's a cold, and I know that it affects everybody differently. We have all had colds, and so no, he was not checked by the doctor. What was your other question?
How is his health today? Does he still have the
Well,
cold?
I saw him today. My team and I saw him today. He looked great, and he was with the vice president. They both look great. I know. I was asked yesterday if he still had a cold. I think he still has a lingering cold, but he is ready to go. He's ready to go. I kind of have to wrap it up. Go ahead.
That's great. Sources have told ABC that the president recognizes how difficult his political predicament is. So how has his mood been as of late? Has he been down? Has he been frustrated?
I mentioned, I think multiple times at this point that I got to see him. My team and I got to see him and the vice president. He's great. He's like in a great mood, ready to get things going. He's going to do the Medal of Honor later today. He's going to meet with Democratic governors, and that's kind of what you want to see, right, from your leader.
Frustrations with you all
What I can say is that he wants to move forward. That's what he wants to do. He wants to move forward. Acknowledge what happened. Be very clear-eyed about it, and very forthcoming and honest about what you all saw. But he also knows that he's the president of the United States. He has to continue to work and deliver on behalf of the American people. That's what he has to continue to do. And that's how he's going to move forward. All right, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
Kareem,
Thanks.
I just got some news that Hamas has given the
and a shooting at a Juneteenth festival in Texas that left 2 people dead and over a dozen injured. The president has been tracking these tragedies. We are praying for the families who lost loved ones to these senseless violence and wishing all those who were injured a speedy recovery. Our team is in contact with state and local officials. As the president has said, this is not normal and Congress must act. At the same time, he will continue to use every tool at his disposal to end the epidemic of gun violence that is tearing our communities apart. And let's not forget, gun violence is the #1 killer of young people across the country. And now I'm going to turn it over to the Admiral, who is going to speak to developing matters in the Middle East. And also, I know there's some NSC travel happening as well abroad.
I want to thank Karine in advance for her indulgence and all of yours. I do have quite a few things to get through, so if you just bear with me, I appreciate it. I want to start off here at the top by providing an update on maritime attacks conducted by Iranian-backed Houthis and to preview some sanctions that will be rolled out later today by the Treasury Department. Now, a few days ago, the Houthis attacked the Liberian-flagged, Greek-owned and operated bulk cargo carrier merchant vessel Tudor, killing a crew member who hailed from the Philippines. The Tudor had just completed a port call in Russia and was bound for Egypt. She had nothing whatsoever, nothing to do with the conflict in Gaza. They also attacked the Palawan-flagged, Ukrainian-owned, Polish-operated motor vessel Verbena, critically wounding a crew member from Sri Lanka. The Verbena had previously stopped in China, then Thailand, and was on her way to Italy. She, too, had nothing whatsoever to do with the conflict in Gaza. So just think about that for a hot minute or two. The Houthis killed an innocent crew member from the Philippines and critically wounded a Sri Lankan sailor who were guilty of no crimes, who were simply doing their jobs as professional mariners. They weren't delivering arms to Israel. They weren't taking sides in the Middle East. They were just manning their posts aboard ship, trying to earn a paycheck and keep global commerce moving. Like the ships that they sailed in, these 2 blokes had nothing whatsoever to do with the conflict in Gaza. Now, these most recent attacks, of course, come on top of numerous others in recent months, attacks which can and only rightly be labeled acts of terrorism against nations from around the world. Even the Yemeni people have fallen victim, as the Houthis have on one occasion struck a ship that was bringing grain to their own ports. These attacks also obstruct humanitarian aid to Sudan, where the needs are tremendous and the conditions desperate, and they impact commerce for every neighboring country in the Horn of Africa and the Middle East, from Egypt to Ethiopia to Jordan and Djibouti. The Houthis are causing needless suffering across the entire region for Gazans, for the Sudanese, for the Yemenis themselves. And as I said, this is pure terrorism. There's simply no other word for it. The Houthi claim of supporting Gazans is meritless in any case. Israeli ports are now open for the moving of goods directly into Gaza, and we are in the process of moving thousands of pallets from Ashdod into Gaza as we speak. The United States has provided thousands of metric tons of assistance to Gazans and will continue to do so. We are the largest contributor by far to date. The Houthis, by contrast, have not provided so much as a slice of bread to the Palestinians in Gaza. For our part, the United States will continue to ensure assistance is reaching Gaza in large quantities, and we will continue to act with partners around the world to hold the Houthi terrorists accountable for their actions. Today, as I mentioned at the top, Treasury will announce new sanction designations against individuals and entities that are involved in the Houthi weapons procurement network. We're going to continue to target this network to degrade the Houthis' ability to replenish its munitions, and we'll continue to target threats to international commerce when necessary, including taking another strike, as we did just last night, against an unmanned aerial vehicle that posed a direct threat to ships in the area. But I thought it was important to just provide a little context here. These Houthi attacks, they don't grab the headlines that they used to grab, but they're having an impact, and we are trying to have an impact on their ability. So their actions are truly reckless, beyond the pale. They talk a mighty good game, but their actions speak a hell of a lot louder. They don't care a whit about Palestinians in Gaza. And this isn't some principled stand they're taking. It's terrorism, as I said, pure and simple, and it has to stop. Now, as you know, the president will meet with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg at the White House later this afternoon to talk about planning for NATO's 75th annual summit next month in Washington. The president will reaffirm the ironclad U.S. commitment to Article 5 of the Washington Treaty and welcome steps that allies are taking to support Ukraine. I expect the two leaders will also talk about the progress that NATO allies are all making on increasing their defense spending, which has more than doubled since President Biden took office. Quickly turning, if I could, to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's trip to India, where he met with senior members of the Indian government and U.S. and Indian industry leaders to expand key areas of cooperation between our countries today. In New Delhi, Mr. Sullivan will co-chair the U.S.-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, also known as ICET, a landmark partnership to expand strategic cooperation across key technology sectors, including space, semiconductors, advanced telecommunications, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, biotechnology, and clean energy. As the world's two oldest and largest democracies, the United States and India share a unique bond of friendship. Mr. Sullivan's trip will further deepen the already strong U.S.-India partnership to create a safer, more prosperous Indo-Pacific. And finally, I want to just briefly highlight the successful Summit on Peace in Ukraine over the past weekend, which Vice President Harris and National Security Advisor Sullivan both attended. More than 100 countries and organizations came together to discuss the importance of reaching a just and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the core principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the foundation of the UN Charter. As President Biden said on Thursday when he signed our historic bilateral security agreement with Ukraine, a lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and to deter future aggression. So we're going to continue to provide military aid to help Ukraine defend itself on the battlefield, and we're going to continue to support the Ukrainian people, including through the new funding that Vice President Harris announced to repair Ukraine's energy infrastructure and through new funding for humanitarian aid and assistance to support Ukrainians who have been displaced from their homes and from their lives. With that, thank you for your patience. We'll take some questions. Thanks.
Can you give us your response to Prime Minister Netanyahu's move to disband his war cabinet? You know, he seems to think that there's no need for an extra branch of government as it was described to us. Do you agree that the war cabinet isn't necessary right now?
Well, that's really up to the Prime Minister to decide, Mary. This is the war cabinet was an internal domestic measure taken by the Prime Minister to better advise and provide him counsel on the war. We said at the time that we believed it was a worthwhile step, and we still hold by that. But with Mr. Gantz's decision to leave, I'm not sure that Prime Minister Netanyahu was left with a whole lot of other choices.
And more broadly speaking, how concerned is the president right now that far-right voices in the Israeli government may wield more power?
That's going to be up to Israeli leaders, and that's going to be up to the Prime Minister. We deal with the Prime Minister. The prime minister is the elected head of the Israeli government. That's who the president deals with. He will continue to do so. They don't agree on everything. They're not going to agree on everything going forward, but they have a long relationship with one another, and they know that they all both have an open line to one another. So we're going to leave it at that.
Thanks. Could you comment at all on Putin's trip to North Korea and the possibility that there's going to be an agreement, a partnership agreement signed?
Yeah, look, no surprise that he went to North Korea after his so-called election. A real nail biter that was. He was going to go on a little bit of a charm offensive here, and that's what he appears to be doing. We're not concerned about the trip. What we are concerned about, Trevor, is the deepening relationship between these two countries. Not just because of the impacts it's going to have on the Ukrainian people, because we know North Korean ballistic missiles are still being used to hit Ukrainian targets, but because there could be some reciprocity here that could affect security on the Korean Peninsula. Now, we haven't seen the parameters of all that right now, certainly haven't seen it come to fruition, but we're certainly going to be watching that very, very closely.
Do you have any comments on this apparent collision between the Chinese and the Philippines?
In the Philippines, yeah. This is you're talking about the second Thomas Shoal. Yeah, these are troubling reports because it appears as if, and just from initial operational reports that we've gotten, that at least one Philippine sailor was wounded. I mean, you talk about collisions and water cannons, and you don't think about the damage that can do to the human body. But let me tell you something, it can. And so we're deeply concerned about the injuries suffered by this Philippine sailor. Obviously, wishing him the best in terms of his recovery. But more critically, to your question, this kind of behavior is provocative, it's reckless, it's unnecessary, and it could lead to misunderstandings and miscalculations that could lead to something much bigger and much more violent. It's imperative that the rightful legal maritime claims by the Philippines are respected by the PRC and by everybody else for that matter.
Admiral, has the president taken part in consultations about deployment of more nuclear weapons? Has Secretary General Stoltenberg referred to in an interview with the Telegraph?
Look, we're a NATO ally, and we talk to our NATO allies all the time about what readiness looks like, what posture needs to look like, and how we can all be better postured to meet our Article 5 commitments, the same commitments that the president's going to reiterate when he meets with Jens Stoltenberg later this afternoon. We don't talk about nuclear posture with any specificity, and I'm certainly not going to start doing that here from the podium. I'll just tell you that we're comfortable, as we have been comfortable, with our strategic deterrent posture, not only on the European continent, but around the world.
If you allow me, how can this not be perceived as provocation or an escalation of tension in Europe?
Who would perceive it as a provocation or an escalation?
Russia.
Oh, Russia. Russia, the same country that invaded Ukraine, which posed absolutely no threat to them. Look, NATO is a defensive alliance. And NATO countries are some of the most sophisticated in the world when it comes to military capabilities. And it would be irresponsible and imprudent if we weren't constantly talking to our NATO allies about how to make sure we can meet our commitments to one another across a range of military capabilities. And that's as far as I'll go.
John, former acting CIA Director Michael Morrell wrote in Foreign Affairs today that the terrorism warning lights are blinking red again. Do you agree with that assessment?
Certainly, we would absolutely say unequivocally that we've got to keep our eye on the terrorist threat. Just in the recent week or so, AFRICOM took a strike on some ISIS leaders in Somalia. Now we're still waiting for the actual battle damage assessment of that strike, but it's clear that the threat is still real, and we have to still go after it.
One of the vulnerabilities he cites is that thousands of people are crossing the border unknown each week, and that he says that the United States should consider using national emergency authorities. Is that something the administration is considering? Is he wrong there?
I don't have anything in terms of decision making on what those. I'm not even sure I completely understand what he means by all those authorities. I would tell you that, as Karina said, in just recent days, the president has taken executive action that he believes is warranted. But what's really needed at the border, I mean, everybody can talk a good game, but you can't really change what's happening at the border unless you have legislation, unless you have real resources and funding and support that is sustainable over time to make a big difference down at the border. So there's no magic wand that can be waved here to make it all go away.
Is there anything more the administration can do without Congress?
Well, the president already, as you just saw last week, announced some executive action, particularly when it comes to asylum. But what we really need is for Congress to act. There was a deal on the table, a bipartisan deal in the Senate that would have been the most sweeping change, would have caused the most sweeping changes, not just to border enforcement and security, but to immigration policy itself in many, many years. And it didn't go anywhere because a certain ex-official decided he didn't like it, that he thought it was better for there to be a problem rather than a solution. So the president took some executive action. I'm not going to foreclose what he would do in the future, but what we really need is comprehensive legislation.
John, following up on that, given the fact that there are these concerns about the rising threat of terrorism, is the president considering raising the terror alert level? And if not, why wouldn't he consider?
I'm not aware of any decision to change that. We're watching this like a hawk every single day. As I said, AFRICOM just in recent days took a strike, an airstrike against some ISIS leaders in Somalia. It's not something that we have ever stopped focusing on. I mean, as you remember, when we conducted the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we talked about sharpening over the horizon targeting capability, and you've seen that bear out now. Places like Iraq and in Syria, now in Somalia and other places. It's not something that we take lightly. It's not something that we aren't constantly trying to improve and sharpen. And we have not lost one bit of focus on the terrorism threat, either here in the United States or around the world.
In Jake's meetings in India, has the plot to kill an American Sikh activist come up at all? And do you expect that to be part of the discussions?
I don't have more to add on the conversations that Jake's having. He's still over there having these conversations, but the main focus of his visit, as I said, was to look for ways to deepen the U.S.-India bilateral relationship, particularly when it comes to emerging technology.
Bring this up.
I don't have anything more to add on the conversations.
Thank you so much. I have a question about China and then another on the cricket. Starting with
on
President
the cricket,
on the cricket.
as in the game.
Yes.
Okay.
Starting with President Xi.
Yes, I just wanted to make clear it was
Or the singing insect.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me know. Okay.
Sorry.
President Xi last year told the head of the European Commission, or the European Commission president, that the U.S. is trying to, quote, trick China into attacking Taiwan. This sounds awfully similar to some of the language that President Putin was using to justify his invasion of Ukraine. Do you think that she is taking a line from Putin's playbook? How concerned are you about it? Is this something that the two leaders have talked about?
It's bogus, for one. There's absolutely no truth to it. I can't get into Mr. Xi's head and figure out who's giving him his talking points or where it's coming from. It's just not true. What's your next question?
All right, on cricket, what's the difference between a spin bowl and a double? No, I'm joking. The U.S. team has spin bowled their way into glory. They're in the team.
Yeah, congratulations to them. I saw
Yes,
that.
I just wanted to know
They're
what
in
your
the
message
Super
was.
8 now.
The Super 8, and they're
It's amazing.
facing the Proteas and then the Windies in the coming days. Does the president have a message for this unexpected success in a sport that is wildly popular everywhere else in the world?
We all congratulate them on this success. It's tremendous, and we're cheering them on.
All right, let's keep going.
Thank you. At the G7, President Biden greenlit the limited use of U.S. arms by Ukraine to strike targets across the border into Russia, but he clarified that nothing had changed in terms of long-range strikes inside Russia. So my first question is, can you say definitively that the president's stance on long-range strikes inside Russia by Ukraine won't change? And then second, when the United Kingdom gave Ukraine permission to use British weapons to strike targets inside Russia, Moscow responded by saying that they could hit British targets, quote, on Ukraine's territory and beyond its borders in retaliation. What would the president's response be if Moscow was to take that action against Britain?
Well, that's a hypothetical I don't need to worry about because the president's policy hasn't changed when it comes to long-range strike, use of long-range U.S. strike weapons into Russia proper. I also just want to correct something you said. You said he greenlit at the G7 this idea of cross-border use of U.S. weapons for cross-border imminent threats. That's actually a decision he made well before the G7.
So, but in terms of this Russian threat to potentially strike British targets on Ukrainian territory and beyond, what is the White House response to that type of rhetoric coming from Moscow?
My response to Mr. Putin is this. If you're so worried about becoming the victim of attacks, and you're worried about your troops' livelihoods and your military units, then get the hell out of Ukraine. You don't have any business being in there in the first place. That's my best advice to Mr. Putin.
Thank you very much, Karine. Hi, John. So President Biden has sent an envoy today to Israel and Lebanon. How real, John, is the possibility that this war will expand to Lebanon? Do you believe? Do you think it's? Do you think the full war there is more real today, the possibility, than it was a few weeks ago? And do you believe that it's possible to de-escalate the situation there, the growing escalation tension, without a ceasefire?
Look, I don't want to sound blasé about this. If we weren't concerned about the possibility of escalation and a full-blown second front there to the north, we wouldn't still be involved in such intense diplomacy. And Mr. Hochstein's over there right now. As a matter of fact, he's in Israel as we speak to have these conversations, and he'll follow that up with conversations in Beirut. So obviously we're concerned about this. And we haven't seen Hezbollah jump in with 2 full feet here. They have been, of course, conducting strikes across that border. The Israelis have been defending themselves against that. We don't want to see escalation. We don't want to see a second front. And we are concerned about it.
Is the possibility more real today than 2 weeks ago?
That's a slide and scale kind of question that I don't think I'm really educated enough to answer. I mean, it's obviously still of concern. There continues to be exchange of fire across that border. And if we weren't concerned about it, we certainly wouldn't have sent Amos over there.
Thank you. First, thanks, John. To follow up on Mary, you said that the U.S. did think it was worthwhile to have the war cabinet in place. Now that it is no longer, does the U.S. believe it will be a detriment as Netanyahu makes decisions moving forward?
I think that remains to be seen.
And then secondly, do you have an update on the U.S.-built pier, the humanitarian aid pier that has been removed? That is undergoing repairs?
Because of severe weather that we talked about being a problem in the summertime here in the Eastern Med. I don't. You have to go to the Pentagon for a tactical update. As I understand it, they did have weather-related issues. They had to dismantle it for the safety of everybody involved. But I honestly don't know what the new status is.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Green. Secretary General Stoltenberg was talking about once the current fighting in Ukraine ends, that the ultimate security guarantee to prevent it from happening again, that Russia invades again, is Article 5 from NATO. He seemed to be very clear that Ukraine should be admitted into NATO after the current fighting ends. Can you speak to that? Is that a commitment that the U.S. shares, feels that once this current fighting ends, that feels strongly that Ukraine can get into NATO?
The president has said that he believes that NATO is in Ukraine's future. And there's a lot of things that have to be done before they can join the alliance, like any member has to do before they can join the alliance. But the president believes firmly that NATO is in Ukraine's future at some point.
But those conditions that have been in somewhat a little bit vague. It has not been a very clear pathway. When would they be able to do the action plan that they can get on?
I'm sorry, I got to disagree with you there. It's absolutely clear, and the alliance
conditions that Ukraine
the alliance has talked about, and the United States certainly talked about. First, they got to win this war. Right? They got to win the war first, and so number one, we're doing everything we can to make sure they can do that. Then, when the war's over, no matter what it looks like, they're still going to have a long border with Russia and a legitimate security threat to the Ukrainian people. That's why the president at the G7 signed our bilateral security agreement, joining some other 14, 15 other countries have done the same thing, to make sure that for the long haul, Ukraine's defense industrial base can continue to make sure that they have what they need to defend themselves. And that includes assistance from the United States. That's the long haul. That will help them defend themselves while they work on the necessary things they have to do, like any member of the alliance has to work on, for instance, on corruption, before they can apply for NATO membership. But we do believe that NATO is in Ukraine's future, and we're going to work with them every step of the way to get them there.
Is corruption still a major concern for NATO alliance?
Corruption is a concern, but there's certainly other things that need to be done for any nation that wants to join the alliance. And I want to reiterate that joining the alliance is an alliance decision. It's not something the United States can just make happen magically. It has to be done through the existing allies as well.
Yes, in an interview with
Sorry.
BBC.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said over the weekend that he had plans to meet with officials from Qatar and Israel while he was in Switzerland. Did he actually have those meetings, and is there any update you can provide on ceasefire hostage taking?
I would just tell you that we have maintained communication with both Qatar and Egypt. And while I don't have any progress to report today in terms of where things are, we still believe this is a very live process. And these conversations are in fact they're constructive. And we're hoping that we'll be able to get there. So yes, those conversations are happening.
The president met with the Pope obviously last week. Did he raise his reported use of homophobic slurs when he met with him privately?
I don't have anything more specific to speak to in terms of the meeting with the Pope. That's out of my swim lane at the NSC.
But in response to his reported use of those words, of those terms?
I just don't have anything for you on that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. This morning, Secretary General Stoltenberg said in public comments that publicly President Xi has tried to create the impression that he's taking a backseat in the conflict in Ukraine, but the reality is that China is fueling the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. What's the U.S.'s view on that?
We've already said almost the same thing. I mean, they are continuing to provide components for military equipment and weapon systems, microelectronics, that have helped shore up what without that support would have been a truly crumbling Russian defense industrial base. We've made those concerns directly clear to the Chinese as well.
But he says that there are not enough costs being imposed on Beijing for that. Is that something that the president and the secretary general are going to be discussing, how the alliance can impose more costs on China?
I have no doubt that they'll discuss a range of issues important to the NATO alliance, and clearly that means supporting Ukraine, and clearly that means trying to make it harder for Russia to be able to murder and slaughter innocent Ukrainians and destroy Ukrainian infrastructure. And the Chinese, because of the support that they are providing to the Russian defense industrial base, certainly bear a hand in helping Mr. Putin do that. I didn't see those particular comments by the NATO Secretary General, so I'm not going to get into a back and forth on that. But I would just tell you, I'd encourage anybody, just look at the range of actions that we have taken to try to hold Russia accountable, not just from a perspective of supplying Ukraine, but in terms of going after their own economic ability. And look at how he's basically running on a war economy and nothing else. Here he is in Pyongyang, trying to get more stuff from the North Koreans. We have done a lot to hold Mr. Putin accountable, and that means, and it has included, holding some of these Chinese companies accountable as well for the support that they're giving to the Russian defense industrial base.
A Russian fleet has reportedly left Havana. Do you know where it's going and what your level of concern is about it?
I can't speak for the Russian Navy. No, I don't have insight as to what their course and speed is and where they're going. And we've already talked about this. It's important to keep it in perspective. The Russians do this every few years. They make an excursion to the Caribbean and to Latin American waters. It's not new. Did it under Trump, did it under Obama, did it under President Bush. We watch it closely and monitor it as we should, no question about that. But as I've said earlier, this excursion of theirs doesn't pose a national security threat to the American people or to the homeland.
Thank you. Hi, John. Can you update us on the talks being held in Jerusalem to prevent an escalation on the Lebanese border?
I'm sorry, can I?
There are talks like the U.S.
I already
Special
talked about
Envoy
that a little bit.
Holstein is in Jerusalem.
I kind of answered that question before when I talked about Amos.
Yeah, but is it still your assessment that there won't be an escalation and that Hezbollah won't go far into this?
If we were so sure of that, we probably wouldn't have Amos traveling over there. We're concerned about it, obviously.
All right, John, last question.
Thanks, Corinne. Thanks, John. One of the successes that President Biden touted at the G7 summit was this agreement by G7 leaders to provide $50 billion in loans to Ukraine. Can you walk through the process of how that money actually gets to Ukraine, when it is provided to Ukraine, what that money is used for specifically?
I think the modalities of all that are still being worked out, John. I couldn't detail it for you here today, but it's basically about taking the windfall profits off these frozen assets, turning them around and doing something good with them. And so they're provided as a quote unquote loan to Ukraine, for Ukraine specifically. I mean, it'll be up to President Zelensky to decide, but the idea is to help him repair his infrastructure. The infrastructure that's been damaged by Russia's aggression inside the country, and to help them with reconstruction. And you don't have to wait until the war's over to do that. In fact, that would be a terrible thing to do to the Ukrainian people. So it's a way to get that reconstruction started right now, and have Russia literally and figuratively be the one foot in the bill.
Can you explain why you just called it a quote unquote loan?
Because it's not as if because if you're using the windfall profits, it's not as if Ukraine's going to have to pay those back. You're going to continue to be able to source that through the frozen assets and the windfall profits from those assets. Okay.
Thanks, Admiral.
Thank you.
Thanks, Admiral. I do want to say something really quickly here. When we were going back and forth about the president, what else is the president going to do? Yes, the president has been very clear in making sure that, in saying that we need a legislative solution, but he also said, when he's talked about the executive action that he recently took, that in weeks ahead, he's going to speak on how we can make our immigration system more fairer and more just. So he will have more to say on that. Obviously, we don't have any policy announcement to make at this time, but the president is certainly going to continue to address what we're seeing at the border, the challenges at the border. The president has taken this very seriously. He wants to see action. He wants to see a bipartisan legislation move towards that, but we haven't seen that, and so it is. It is really important that we are with the majority of American people when it comes to trying to make sure things are done. On the question of on the Pope, and as the Admiral said, we're not going to go beyond what was read out and the issues that were discussed. And it was a range of issues, obviously, whether it's humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Ukraine as well, and what's happening with Russia aggression. But as it relates to LGBTQ and obviously that is something that the Pope can speak to, but the president has been very clear. You heard me at the top when it comes to LGBTQI plus people, and that he believes that everyone, including that community, should live in dignity, and he thinks that LGBTQI plus people, young people, are the bravest young people that he's ever met, and so and they should not be facing discrimination. I just wanted to be very clear about that as well. Will?
Okay, I got two questions. Just one real quick on the top. Does President Biden plan to meet with Netanyahu when he comes for his joint?
I don't have anything to share on the president's schedule as it relates to the prime minister visit. Obviously, that's something since Congress invited the prime minister. That's something that they can speak to. Don't have anything to say at this time. It's more than a month away. I just don't have anything to share on the president's schedule.
Secondly, there seems to be a sort of rash of videos that have been edited to make the president appear especially frail or mentally confused. I'm wondering if the White House is especially worried about the fact that this appears to be a pattern that we're seeing more often.
Yeah, and I think you all have called this the cheap fakes video, and that's exactly what they are. They are cheap fakes video. They are done in bad faith, and some of your news organization have been very clear, have stressed that these the right wing critics of the president have a credibility problem because of the fact checkers have repeatedly caught them pushing misinformation, disinformation, and so we see this, and this is something coming from your part of the world, calling them cheap fakes and misinformation. And I'll quote the Washington Post, where they wrote about this, and they said how Republicans use misleading videos to attack Biden in a 24-hour period. And to their credit, we have a conservative Washington Examiner did call them out as well, calling out the New York Post. Ironically, several recent cheap fakes actually attacked the president for thanking troops for thanking troops. That is what they're attacking the president for. Both in Normandy, this happened, and again in Italy. And I think that it tells you everything that we need to know about how desperate Republicans are here. And instead of talking about the president's performance in office, and what I mean by that is his legislative wins, what he's been able to do for the American people across the country, we're seeing these deep fakes, these manipulated videos. And it is, again, done in bad faith.
The Surgeon General is calling for this warning label on social media platforms. The president and the administration have been clear. You support addressing mental health tied to social media, especially among young people. But does the president support this action? Does he support a warning label like this as a means to address this crisis?
And to your question, Mary Bruce, you're absolutely right. There's a mental health issue. Our young people are experiencing an unprecedented mental health crisis. That's what we're seeing, and there is undeniable evidence of this, that social media and other online platforms are contributing to this. It is exactly why the president and the first lady, this administration, has done everything that they can to really tackle the mental health crisis as part of, let's not forget, it's part of their key agenda as we talk about the unity agenda, because we believe that is something that could bring both sides together, because we're seeing this in red states and in blue states. And so we have invested resources to deal with this issue, establishing the new Center of Excellence on Social Media and Mental Wellness, launching the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. I just talked about that as it relates to LGBTQ plus youth, and launching a new interagency task force on kids' online health and safety. So there is a mental health crisis. The Surgeon General's announcement is about reminding parents and also about reminding kids the risk of using social media. So we were going to continue to focus on that. Obviously, the Surgeon General is going to continue focus on that as the country's doctor, physician. So I think that's important that he'll continue to do that work. And we're going to continue to look at a range of actions as the Surgeon General is trying to do as well.
But does the president support a warning label like this?
I mean, look, what I will say is that we want to, as I stated in the unity agenda, we want to see a bipartisan approach in dealing with this issue, right? On how to hold social media companies accountable. The Surgeon General made this announcement, reminding parents, reminding kids what's at stake here, understanding that mental health is a crisis. There is a crisis here in America, but we believe that the way to move forward, the best way to move forward, as we say, there's always going to be policies that we're going to introduce from here, but the best way to move forward is to deal with this in a bipartisan way. We believe that this is why we included it in the unity agenda. This is going to be a continuation of what this president does in his term here. Is let's deal with this in a bipartisan way, because it matters. It's not about red states or blue states.
And just a scheduling question.
Yeah,
The
sure.
White House schedule has the president departing for Rehoboth tomorrow and then flying to Camp David on Thursday evening. Is that it for the next week? I mean, should we expect the president to hold any kind of public events before the debate next week?
I will say stay tuned. The president's, it's in, we're still always working through the president's schedule, as you know, sitting in these seats, how, and covering the president, how that is. We sometimes, things pop up on the schedule very, very quickly. And so we always share that with you all. I don't have anything to preview or to announce at this time, but certainly stay tuned. And when we have something to share, we certainly will. Okay.
Do you have any reaction to the federal judge blocking the protections for LGBT students under Title IX?
Yeah, that happened last week.
No, that happened last week and on today as well.
That's right. So obviously, when it comes to these types of ruling, I would refer to the Department of Justice as this decision is being reviewed by them. So I want to be really careful. And we've always said every student has the right to be treated equally and to feel safe, to feel safe at school. It is important. That is something that the president certainly is committed to, and that is why these protections are all about making sure students have equal rights restored, and also it makes sure that is vital that they are protected from harassment and also assault. And so, as it relates to this particular ruling and what it says, obviously I answered this in a more broad stroke, but as it relates to the ruling and reviewing that's something that the Department of Justice is doing. Okay, Risha.
Thank you, Karine. I heard what you said about bipartisan efforts to deal with social media. But the Surgeon General was also calling on lawmakers specifically to pass legislation for this warning label. So does the president join in that call to pass legislation to put a warning label?
So here's what we've been very clear about. Social media companies need to be held accountable. They have to be done. That has to be done. And we need to see that in a legislative way. We believe it could happen in a bipartisan way. And that's what the president's going to continue to call it. Let's figure out a way to hold social media companies accountable for what is currently happening. And we know, we see that in the data, that this is an issue, that there's undeniable evidence that social media is causing harms, and other platforms are contributing to this mental health issue that we're seeing. Congress is going to decide what that looks like, right? They can do this in a bipartisan way. They're going to decide, if they wish to move forward with it, what that bipartisanship looks like in moving forward with dealing with social media.
So I'm not hearing a yes or no on that.
What I'm saying is that there is a need, and it needs to happen, to hold social media companies accountable. The Surgeon General made a very powerful statement in that op-ed, stating that there are risks, making sure that parents are aware, making sure that kids are aware that there is a real risk. And certainly that is something that the Surgeon General should be able to do. And he's talked about this multiple times. Not the first time that he has talked about social media and the risks that the platform and the evidence shows that leads to certainly mental health crisis. So there's legislation that needs to be done in a bipartisan way. The Surgeon General is also asking legislation to be done. And so we need to work on that. And we'll see what that ultimately looks like.
And then 10 days out from the debate, can you share anything about how President Biden is preparing, including who is sitting in for Trump?
So look, that is something that the campaign would gladly answer that question for all of you as to what that's going to look like. That is something that lives with them. The president, as you just mentioned, is going to be headed to Rehoboth, as Mary was asking me, and then he's going to go to Camp David. And certainly we will share, as we do all the time, who's traveling with the president. That's why I can answer that question.
Thanks, Corinne. Given the Supreme Court ruling last week, would the president encourage Congress to pass a law banning bump stocks?
So I do want to say a couple of things about that. Weapons of war have no place in our streets, especially of a civil society, no place. Unfortunately, the court's ruling strikes down an important common sense regulation on devices that convert semi-automatic rifles into weapons that can fire hundreds of bullets per minute, also known as bump stocks. So in Las Vegas, as many of you covered, bump stocks were used to carry out one of the deadliest mass shootings in American history, killing 60 people who were simply trying to enjoy a music concert. We continue to pray for them and their families as they continue to deal with the horrific event, and the people of Las Vegas and beyond who are tragically affected by the epidemic of gun violence. You heard me talk about that at the top of this briefing, and talk about even what we saw over the weekend. We continue to call on Congress to immediately ban bump stocks and assault weapons and take further action to implement common safety measures. And so the president has taken action. He's done more than 24 executive actions. We have a historic office that deals with gun violence, and certainly that's led by the vice president. The president continues to talk about this issue, and he wants to see, again, another place where he's done the work from this side of Pennsylvania. He wants to see Congress also move forward, because the way to actually deal with gun violence is through legislation.
Has he talked to the majority leader specifically about putting a bill on the floor as soon as possible?
So we are in constant communication with the Office of from the Office of Legislative Affairs through Congress, both on the House and the Senate, about an array of issues that matter, legislative issues that matter to the president, including this, including gun violence and finding ways to prevent this epidemic. And so, look, you heard me just call out at what it is that we want Congress to do: banning assault weapons, obviously banning bump stocks immediately. We want to see that happen. happen. And so this is a legislative priority for this president. Okay, there.
The president said this weekend that the next president is likely to have 2 new Supreme Court nominees. Can you talk to the thinking behind that?
I got to be mindful here. It was said in a campaign event, and he certainly was answering that in as it relates to the 2024 election. It's going to be super mindful. I'm going to allow you all to do the work on this and to kind of figure out who he was talking about, what he meant. But look, I'll say this. Next Monday, a week from today, we are going to be sadly commemorating the Dobs decision. 2 years ago, from a week from today, we saw what the Supreme Court was able to do. They were able to overturn Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for almost 50 years, which gave women the ability to make a decision on their own body, gave women the ability to make important, critical, difficult decisions on their health care. That was taken away. And when that was taken away, we saw contraception is now under attack. We see now IVF is now under attack. We saw what Republicans did just last week. And there are freedoms that are now under attack because of what the Supreme Court was able to do by just overturning something that was the law of the land for almost 50 years. And we know that happened because of what the former president did, which was appoint justices who he believed would be part of overturning Roe v. Wade. And they did just that.
Disliking what the current justices do is different than getting the opportunity to nominate 2.
But I think hopefully you're seeing how I'm trying to connect the two, right? It was said back in 2016, right, that we got to be really mindful on how we move forward here. And what happened in the last administration is that the former president was able to appoint 3 justices. And look what happened. The Dobbs decision happened, right? So there is history here, because I can't speak to 2024. I'm speaking to the past and what occurred. And next Monday, we are going to be commemorating a day where the Supreme Court justice overturned a constitutional right that was around for almost 50 years that has created 21 states now that have banned abortion. We're talking about 27 million women who are of reproductive rights, reproductive health, who now can't make that decision for themselves. You have doctors, if they perform healthcare for women that relates to reproductive healthcare, they could get arrested. I mean, that is where we are right now. That's why I'm using the past to try and help answer the question that you're asking of me. But I'm not going to dive into who the president was speaking of. But you see a pattern here is what I'm trying to speak to. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Karina. I want to ask you about the American dream. So overall, the average sale price of a home is up 29% under President Biden. We have record low inventory, according to the National Association of Realtors. And the cost of a mortgage is up because interest rates are up to fight inflation. So is the American dream out of reach for a lot of Americans now?
So, Ed, I appreciate the question, and I hear what you're saying. And look, the president understands that Americans are struggling right now to pay for their rent, to buy a home, and we get that. That's why the president took action some time ago early in his administration. And the things that it did was reduce mortgage insurance premiums by $900 per year for hundreds of thousands of first-time home buyers, expand rental assistance to 100,000 additional households, cut the red tape, and expand financing to build tens of thousands of affordable housing. And because of that, we see a record of 1.7 million housing units are being built nationwide, and that is the most ever. And more apartments are being built each year under this president than any other administration since 1980s. And so that matters. But the president also understands that there's more work to be done, but he has taken an action. He's created a task force to deal with this issue because he understands how much Americans are struggling just to buy a home, just to pay rent. And so he's going to continue to do that.
So you're saying eventually prices will come down, and what's the time frame?
No, what I'm saying is the president's taken action, and we have seen 1.7 million housing units are being built. Affordable housing units are being built. There's more work to do. The president also is calling on Congress to pass his housing plan, which was called by experts the most consequential housing plan in more than 50 years. So he's taking more action. We've seen how the three things that I laid out in answering your question has actually helped. Taking away red tape, continuing to expand rental assistance, making sure that thousands of Americans are able to have these insurance premiums at $900 per year, these mortgage insurance premiums, which is all important in how they're trying to, you're right, trying to get that American dream. Buying a home is indeed very much part of that American dream, and the president understands that.
One more if I could.
Yeah, sure.
The president talks about threats to democracy, and this is the first time I've had a chance to ask a question since former President Trump was convicted. How is it not a threat to democracy when you have a prosecutor from the same party as the president waiting 7 years to prosecute the political opponent in an election year?
I'm sorry, I don't.
How is it not a threat to democracy when you have a prosecutor of the same political party as the president waiting 7 years? The crime happened in 2017. To prosecute in an election year, a former president who's now.
That's a question for the Department of Justice on their timeline and how this moves. I can't answer that for you here. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you. There was some confusion on this previously, and the president seemed to address this in passing as he was walking away from that joint press conference with
yes,
Zelensky.
I know the question. Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify, President Biden has ruled out any type of commutation or reduced sentence for son Hunter Biden?
Yes, he has.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Karina, is there anything inappropriate when a reporter asks a question about Gaza at an event where the president wants to focus on Ukraine or another subject?
So look, I'll say this. I think, and you kind of are stating it in your question, the president, if you think about what happened when he walked, right before he walked to the podium, and what was done in front of all of your colleagues, all of you, the world, was that they signed a security agreement, and which was incredibly important. And so for the president, as he's standing to his right, President Zelensky standing to his right, they're talking about obviously a war that's been going on, Russia's aggression into Ukraine that's been going on for more than 2 years. He, in his mind, right, it's like, okay, there is an important bilateral press conference, if you will, currently happening with a president that is fighting for their freedoms, fighting for their democracy. So in his mind, the focus should be on that. But we've seen many press conferences where other questions are asked and he answers them. And even in saying that and what he said, he still took the answer. He still obviously took the question and answered it. But that is how he's thinking. President Zelensky standing to the right, his right. They just signed an important security agreement that is going to be critical to the people of Ukraine as they have been fighting this aggression by Russia. And so that's it. I wouldn't, he respects the freedom of the press. He does. I wouldn't read too much into it, but that is. No, I just know there isn't. That is what he was thinking in that moment, in that time. There is an important moment that was developing in front of everyone, and that's kind of what he was hoping the focus would be on.
And just a quick follow on the video you were talking about.
Yeah.
There were 2 instances in recent days where leaders, former President Obama and Georgia Maloney, they physically put hands on the president to guide him and show him, give stage directions. Are they doing that on their own, or has anybody asked them to run the show like that?
First of all, let me spoke to the most recent, right? And as we saw on Saturday, President Obama's office put out a statement. So I would refer you to that statement about what was being accused in those by others. And he said this did not happen in the sense of what people were saying they were seeing, right? Or what was being falsely reported that they were seeing. Let's not forget, President Obama, President Biden have a relationship. They are friends. They're like family to each other. And I think that's what you saw. You saw the president put his hand on the back of President Biden, and they walked off the stage after taking questions or at an event taking questions from Jimmy Kimmel. That is what you saw. But I would refer you to President Obama's office statement They talked about this, they discussed this, and they came out with it pretty quickly. All right.
You wanted to say something about
Maloney, I don't have anything. I don't know specifically what happened with Maloney.
the wandering, the parachutist?
Oh, I mean, look, that was, as I said, it was a cheap, a cheap fake. That was definitely a cheap fake. It was. This was widely fact-checked. That video was widely fact-checked, including by conservatives media, on what happened, what occurred. The president walked over to give a thumbs up to divers who had just landed right in front of him. And if you run that tape a little bit longer, you would see what was happening, what the president was actually doing, and it is a cheap fake.
So that is what about nothing, and he's totally normal.
What I'm saying is, this is a president, right? Let's step back for a second. Instead of, and I said this moments ago, instead of Republicans, focusing on the president's performance in office and what he's been able to accomplish, his actual record, they do these cheap fakes. They're cheap fakes. And you're asking me about the Maloney, you're asking me what happened. That video was, okay, let's talk about Juneteenth. The president stood there listening to the music and he didn't dance. Excuse me, I did not know not dancing was a health issue. That is a weird thing to actually flag when, if you look at the people who are around him, you look at the expanded video of the people who were around him, they were not, there were some folks who were not dancing either. And that has been fact checked. I mean, just because you're standing up listening to music and not dancing, that is not a health issue. That is just not a health issue.
Majorities of American voters who are telling pollsters repeatedly for years now that they have serious concerns about this president's cognitive fitness are being misled by cheap fake videos?
I'm saying that there have been, in recent weeks, there have been cheap fakes videos that have been fact checked. They've been fact checked by conservative media as well, to say that these videos are false. They're purposefully being altered. Look, the president has done more in his 3.5 years as president than most modern day president. And what he's been able to deliver, he's able to do that because he knows what he's doing. He knows how to deliver for the American people. He's able to make sure that we attack climate crisis with the Inflation Reduction Act. He's made sure that we're able to create 15 million jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs. He was able to make sure that unemployment went down. He was able to make sure that we are able to have Medicaid actually able to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies, something that no other president has been able to do. This president has been able to do. I think that tells you everything that you need to do by looking at his record. And what you're seeing right now is Republicans, instead of talking what I just talked about, they're really diving into these cheap fake videos. And it's in bad faith. That's what I'm saying. What they're doing is pure bad faith. And it's been fact checked by many, including conservative fact checkers. Go ahead, Naomi.
Thanks, Mary. Just on another topic, does the White House have a comment on former Press Secretary Jen Psaki's testimony that's upcoming about in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee about Afghanistan?
I don't have any comment at this time.
And then, sorry, you sort of said last that next week you are going to commemorate the anniversary of Dobs. Are there new measures that we should expect, or?
So don't have anything to read out at this current moment, but obviously the president and the vice president are going to continue to talk about the Dobs decision and how that's affected millions, tens of millions of women across the country, and the devastating impact that we see. Once we have more to share, certainly we will. I just don't have anything at this time. All right, thanks everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Graduates, take seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Richard Clark, the Superintendent of the United States Air Force Academy.
Well,
Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute beautiful day here in Colorado, and I want to thank all of you for being here as we celebrate the United States Air Force Academy class of 2024. Today, we're honored to welcome the 49th Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, as our commencement speaker. Madam Vice President, thank you for making the trip, and thank you for honoring our Academy and our graduates. We're also honored to have the 26th Secretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Frank Kendall, the Second Chief of Space Operations of the U.S. Space Force, General Chance Saltzman, and his spouse Jennifer, the 23rd Chief of Staff of the Air Force and my classmate, General David Alvin, and his wife Gina, President of the Falcon Foundation, General Retired Steve Lorenz, the Commander of Space Training and Readiness Command, Major General Tim Sheba and his spouse Sandy, the President and CEO of the Associated Graduates and Air Force Academy Foundation, Mr. Mark Hilly, the Executive Vice Chair of the Association of Graduates and the Air Force Academy Foundation, Lieutenant General Retired Mike Gould and his wife Paula, our good friend and staunch supporter, Mayor of Colorado Springs, Mayor Yemi Mobilati, members of the long blue line of the Academy, our local leaders, our community partners, and last, but certainly not least, my beautiful wife, Amy, who has been such a teammate, has given so much to this Academy and our class. Thank you, Amy. I want to thank all of you for your support that comes to our Academy from here in Colorado, in Washington, D.C., and throughout our military community. But now, class of 24, here we are. It's our last time together, and I want to leave you today with one last joke, one last story, and one last selfie. Are you ready? Give me a pose. Hold on. Madam Vice President, could I ask you to join me in a selfie? Hey, I'm retiring tomorrow, so what do we got?
Okay, here we go.
Here we go, man. Thank you, ma'am. All right, I'm taking the picture of my kids down and I'm putting that in its place. That's awesome. Just kidding, Milo and Zoe, I know you're up there. As far as jokes go, though, everyone always says that I tell dad jokes. They are not dad jokes. These are good jokes. I mean, do you know when a joke actually becomes a dad joke? It's when it becomes apparent. You see what I did there? So we spent almost 4 years together, and who would have imagined the experiences that we've had? It was inspiring, it was difficult, challenging, and it required some real grit and perseverance for the events that we could have never imagined, and other people can't even imagine. From day one, you dealt with uncertainty and knowing nothing about the experiences that you were about to face. It was anything but normal. Your parents, your family members dropped you off at USAFA 4 years ago during the global pandemic, and they couldn't even give you a proper goodbye. They basically had to kick you out of the door and keep driving. So there was a lot of uncertainty from day one. You endured the brain tickles of COVID testing, lockdowns and quarantines, virtual classes, eating with plexiglass partitions in Mitchell Hall. And you made hard sacrifices when you couldn't go home during Thanksgiving or spring break, but you still kept your heads up. Your attitude stayed positive and you persevered. Me and my dog Cairo stayed with you in the dorms. We played ping pong, board games, video games. We even did carrier landings. I got in a little trouble for that. But watching you through these challenges, I learned early on in your time at USAFA that you have a great ability to lead through uncertainty and overcome adversity. And those traits will prove invaluable throughout your career in the Air Force and Space Force and throughout your lives. Equally valuable will be your development as leaders of character. Always remember to put integrity first and live honorably in every aspect of your lives. Put service before self and lift others to be the best possible version of themselves. And always strive for excellence in all you do as you elevate your performance and your team's performance towards a common and noble purpose. Never forget what you've learned, and remember, your character is your destiny. I also want you to remember one of my favorite sayings, which I attribute to the legendary Air Force Academy football coach, Fisher DeBerry. If you see a turtle sitting on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself. Let's take a moment to thank your families, your friends, your sponsor families, and your support networks, because they have supported you throughout your lives and your time at USAFA, and I'm grateful for them for giving us amazing men and women to join our academy. I know you are too, so let's give them a huge round of applause. Now that's an applause. But your families were not the only investors in your development. The cadet wing led by your commandant, your air officers commanding, and your academy military trainers who ensured that you had the finest military training and the ability to foster a culture of dignity and respect. So you will be ready to effectively lead your teams into future conflict and win our nation's wars. Your dean and her faculty ensured you had the academic background and critical thinking skills to solve the vexing problems that will characterize great power competition that we will face in the coming years and decades. Your athletic director, your coaches and trainers ensured that you are fit to fight and ready to compete on the fields of friendly strife, so that on other days, on other fields, you will bear the fruits of victory. Your flying training group and your Space Force element ensure that you are space-minded airmen and air-minded guardians who will dominate the high ground in the future battles. And finally, none of this happens without the 10th Air Base Wing, who ensures we have the food, facilities, security, medical care that we need to accomplish our mission. Team 10 truly is the lifeblood of the Air Force Academy. There are many others, to include my incredible headquarters staff, who had major roles in the development of the amazing young warriors who sit before us. So to everyone who is part of Team USAFA, I say thank you for investing in these leaders of character for our Air Force, our Space Force, and our country. There is one more person who I must recognize, and he is this class leader of character exemplar, Major Leroy Homer, Jr. For those of you unfamiliar, each class at our academy selects an exemplar whose qualities they hope to emulate. Every time someone says the class year 2024, they will shout the name of their exemplar. Leroy graduated from the academy in 1987, just a year after I did, and I knew him as a friend. He was the co-pilot and first officer aboard the hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 on September 11th, 2001, which crashed into an open field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Leroy's actions, along with the rest of his crew and the passengers on board, demonstrated exactly what it means to be a leader of character when they kept the terrorists from their intended target of the U.S. Capitol. He stands as a symbol to you and a reminder for the next generation of how we will never forget. Thank you, Leroy, and thank you to his family for being a part of Team USAFA and the class of 2024. Before I close, I promised you one more story. And I learned about this one when our family lived in South Dakota. The Lakota Native American tribe was known for having the greatest and fiercest warrior of any tribe in history. As part of Lakota warrior development, every 4 years, the Red Shirt Warriors, the most elite warriors of the tribe, extended the invitation to a select few to be tested and admitted to the special group. In the first test, the young warriors demonstrated their combat skills, but the last test was one of endurance. Each warrior was sent out without food or water and only a knife in possession for their protection. They were instructed to climb all the way up a sheer cliff and recover a red sash that had been tied to a stone at the very top of the mountain. When they returned, they were asked to hold one end of the sash at the top of their head and let it drop to the bottom of their feet. If the sash extended to the ground, the warrior gained membership and was considered a red shirt warrior. If the sash didn't reach the ground, they were not admitted, with no explanation as to why. What the warriors didn't know was that this was not only a physical test, but it was also a test of character. Because one sash was located at the top of the mountain, while another red sash, but a shorter sash, was located halfway up the cliff and easily found. If a warrior returned with a sash that did not extend to the ground, it was clear they had taken a shortcut. They were not warriors of character. You have also endured a 4-year test. And if you were given the Lakota test, I have no doubt that your sashes would all touch the ground. Today, you have your sashes around your waist, and you are absolutely ready to lead our Air Force and our Space Force as you support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I am extremely proud of what you accomplished, class of 24. And it was the greatest honor of my career to serve you at our academy. Thank you for being my class. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the 26th Secretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Frank Kendall, to the podium.
Congratulations, class of, wait for it, 2024. All right. Today is a day you will remember and reflect upon for the rest of your lives, and for very good reasons. You've accomplished a great deal, and you and the families who, as General Clark said, invested so much in you have every reason to celebrate. As a graduate of West Point, long ago and far away, and not nearly as far above sea level, I recall having a certain degree of cynicism about the institution I spent 4 years at. Some of you may have similar feelings about the Air Force Academy, but I can guarantee you that the time will come when you will appreciate the full value of your time here. I'm delighted to welcome you to the community of Military Academy old grads. Well done, class of 2024. You are about to embark on a new chapter in your own stories, a chapter you've been eager to begin for several years. I'd like to talk a little bit about your future as officers and what that may look like. But before I do, like General Clark, I'd like to offer my congratulations to the parents, family members, sponsor families, and all those who have supported our graduates here today. Our graduates wouldn't be here without you. Thank you for everything you have done and will continue to do in support of the nation's newest Air Force and Space Force second lieutenants. And thank you to Vice President Harris for being here today to recognize and celebrate the efforts of these graduates and the importance of this institution. Thank you to the incredible U.S. Air Force Academy team, who together build leaders of character. You have done and continue to do fantastic work that will pay dividends for years to come. I'd like to especially recognize Lieutenant General Rich Clark for all he has done to shape this institution and the future leaders of our Air Force and Space Force. This is my third and final opportunity to share the stage at graduation with Rich Clark. Rich had an incredibly difficult job from day one, and he met every challenge head on. just as I expect from a former U.S. Air Force Academy linebacker. There's a monument at my alma mater with a quote from General George Marshall during World War II. I want an officer for a secret and dangerous mission. I want a West Point football player. When the Air Force needed an officer for the mission of leading the U.S. Air Force Academy through stressful times, we picked an Air Force football player who was more than up for that challenge. It's been my great pleasure to have worked with Rich for the past 3 years. Please join me in thanking Lieutenant General Clark for his exceptional leadership as a superintendent at the United States Air Force Academy. To the class of 2024, you should be immensely proud of your accomplishments. As General Clark pointed out, you have lived up to the qualities of your exemplar, and we have full confidence that you will continue to do so. As Leroy Homer's life demonstrates, some of our nation's most inspiring leaders have been graduates of military academies, beginning their careers on a foundation of discipline, integrity, character, service, and excellence. You are joining that select group and will be well prepared for the challenges you are sure to encounter. You are beginning your careers during a strategic competition that is the greatest challenge our country has faced in modern times, perhaps in our entire history. Driven by what our national security strategy calls our pacing challenge. That pacing challenge, the People's Republic of China, has designed and built its armed forces with the goal to deter and defeat the United States' ability to project power, particularly in the Western Pacific. That challenge and many others are waiting for you. Are you ready for those challenges, class of 2024? There you go. I believe you are. The Department of the Air Force was established in 1947 in the shadow of World War II, and the years since were not without conflict, but they have marked the most peaceful and prosperous era in human history. The United States military, working together with our allies and partners, has defeated regional aggressors, deterred direct conflict between great powers, and witnessed an explosion of domestic growth under a rules-based international order supported by and dependent upon American leadership. That heritage is under threat. Today, America is competing with those who seek to attack the self-evident truth that the power of government is derived from the consent of the governed, and replace it with a much more dangerous world based on the false idea that might makes right. Aggressive authoritarians are threatening and attacking freedoms within and beyond their borders. America, and now you, must stand ready to deter aggression and defeat it if deterrence is not successful. As of today, you are among the leaders tasked to meet this challenge. As officers, you will be responsible not only for your own conduct, but also for setting and enforcing standards, and for the operational readiness, culture, and command climate of your organizations. You will be responsible for applying rapidly changing technology to military operations. You will be responsible to the American people for the security and for the stewardship of the resources the American taxpayers provide into your trust. Most of all, you will be responsible for the American sons and daughters who will come under your leadership. As a leader, you will have more power than you may realize to shape your new organizations, for better or for worse. Always remember that it's not what you say, but the conduct you accept that will be the standard you have set for your team to follow. Our airmen and our guardians are our greatest strategic advantage. You are now a part of that strategic advantage. Our men and women in uniform are professional, trained, educated, equipped, and empowered like no other military in the world. They are motivated by the values and freedoms that as Americans we all hold dear. They, you, and all of us who serve swear an oath to uphold an inspired and inspiring Constitution. That oath places our allegiance in a democratic process and the rule of law, rather than a particular leader or party. My mantra as Secretary of the Air Force has been an old Army adage: one team, one fight. We are all part of a much larger team. Our military is battle-tested with joint experience and a network of allies and partners that share our interests and values, something our authoritarian competitors cannot match. So welcome to the team, my soon-to-be fellow old grads. Congratulations again, class of 2024. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce our featured speaker. Vice President Harris has said her mother often told her, "You may be the first to do many things, but make sure you are not the last." That advice and example is a fitting model for the leadership we know the class of 2024 will offer our country. I'm pleased to introduce a leader who has followed her mother's guidance and set that example. As Vice President, she has traveled all around the world to strengthen our alliances and partnerships. She's met with more than 150 world leaders. She has stood up for international rules and norms and our democratic values. From the Situation Room to military bases around the world, she has been a strong advocate for a strong U.S. military and strong global leadership, all in support of American security and American prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Good morning, and congratulations to the cadets of Air Force Academy Class of 2024. To Secretary Frank Kendall, General Chance Saltzman, General David Alvin, Lieutenant General Richard Clark, and to all the friends and loved ones and sponsor families of these extraordinary graduates, thank you all for what you have done to support them in this journey. And again, I applaud all that you have done every day. In 2020, as a United States Senator, it was my privilege to nominate 5 cadets to this class: Lindley Davis, Elizabeth Deards, Kyle Motes, Noel Marani, and Jarixa Vega. And as Vice President, I know firsthand the excellence produced by this academy. With me here today is Lieutenant Colonel Deborah Starkey, class of 2009, the first Space Force Guardian to serve as military aide to the Vice President. Lieutenant Colonel Zachary Fulton, class of 2007, and Major Anthony Navaroli, class of 2013, who flew me here on Air Force Two. And since taking office, I have flown nearly 400,000 miles across continents with the help of graduates of this very academy. So it is my firsthand experience that this academy produces some of the greatest pilots in the world. Indeed. Cadets, today you join generations of Americans who have graduated from this extraordinary institution. And let us reflect then on what that has required of you. You survived Beast and Recognition, Triple Threats, and Core Astro. And many of you even made it through Saigon Hall. Many. Together, you also celebrated victories at Acceptance Day and Commitment, and at Ring Dance and Job Drops. And I am told on occasion you did some celebrating off campus as well. At Parkway and at Dub House, mostly apparently on Thursdays. And I am informed that if you came back a little late and missed DI, or if you were one of the cadets who decided to, quote, borrow the superintendent's license plate, that today you could still have some tours to march off. Well, and I think your parents and family would be happy to know, you should know that I believe in the power of redemption. So to all whom this applies, listen carefully. I hereby waive any confinements and restrictions for minor violations of the cadet disciplinary system. You're welcome. Class of 2024. 4 years ago, you arrived here as strangers. And today, you graduate as one class. and one family, united in selfless dedication to service and to our country. I believe there is no more noble work that one can do than to serve our nation in uniform. On behalf of our Commander-in-Chief, President Joe Biden, and our entire nation, it is my honor to congratulate you on taking your place in the long blue line. Today you join the United States Joint Force, our sword and shield. Today you join the ranks of the United States military, warriors who possess extraordinary skill, discipline, and dedication. Today you join the greatest fighting force the world has ever seen. Next month, we mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day, that shining moment of Allied bravery and sacrifice, made possible because of America's air power. In the months leading up to the landings, it was our pilots, our planes, and our air crews that knocked the enemy from the sky. It was America's forces in the air that bombed train tracks and fuel depots to prevent Nazi reinforcements from reaching the front lines, and helped defeat tyranny and fascism in Europe. 80 years ago, over the beaches of Normandy, America won control of the skies, and we have kept it ever since. From air-to-air combat over the Korean Peninsula, to providing close air support in Vietnam, from our dominance in Desert Storm and the Balkans, to Iraq and Afghanistan, America's record of air and space superiority has been unmatched and unbroken. And today, around the world, our allies are in awe, and our adversaries in fear of America's dominance in the air. We see it on NATO's eastern flank, where our air patrols deter Putin from extending and expanding his war of aggression. We see it in Ukraine, where our weapon deliveries and missile warnings help the people of Ukraine defend their homes and homeland, their sovereignty and territorial integrity. We see it in the Indo-Pacific, where our presence ensures a free and open region. We see it in space, where America's military watchful eye protects and supports our forces. And we see it in the Middle East, where last month, when Iran launched an unprecedented attack on Israel, it was our air and space forces that mounted an unprecedented defense, along with our allies and partners. More than 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles were fired at Israel. And thanks to our airmen and guardians, 99% of those threats did not hit their target. Cadets, as it has been for generations, America's national security and global stability depend on our strength in the sky and space. And as officers, our nation is counting on you to preserve and extend that strength, including, I will add, through your ability to innovate. Since the days of Kitty Hawk, the United States has led the world in aerospace innovation, the first modern drone, the first GPS satellite, the first stealth aircraft. And you are uniquely positioned to carry on this legacy of innovation. Because after all, your generation grew up online. Technology that might be unfamiliar or even intimidating, maybe to some people on the stage, I don't know, but to previous generations, is intuitive and even exciting to you. Here at the Academy, it is you that built aircraft designed to neutralize drones. You who learned how to use AI to protect military technology in space. And as a point of personal pride, as chair of the National Space Council, I was particularly proud to learn that last November, you designed, built, and launched your own satellite, Falcon XX, SatX. Falcon SatX. And I am confident that as the nature of warfare changes, you will make sure that no one will ever match, must less exceed America's military power. As you innovate and shape our future, be guided then by the foundational beliefs that have defined our nation for centuries. Today is not only a graduation, it is a commissioning. In a few moments, you will take an oath, not to a person, not to a political party, but to the Constitution. An oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. An oath to uphold our nation's highest ideals of liberty, equality, and justice, and to preserve and protect our democracy. This tradition goes back to the founding of our nation. And even in a world of continuous change, this oath, well, it remains constant. And I am confident that both in and out of uniform, this oath and the ideals it represents will guide you in all that you do. Class of 2024, I will conclude with this. As 4 degrees, as has been mentioned, you chose an exemplar to inspire and guide you, Major Leroy Homer Jr., a 1987 graduate of this academy and first officer of United Flight 93 on September 11th, 2001. As has been said, Major Homer was a true American hero who gave his life to protect our country. And here today, as my honored guests, I've invited Major Homer's wife, Melody, and daughter, Laurel, to join us. And Melody and Laurel, thank you for all your family has done to serve our nation. So looking out at these cadets, we know Major Homer's vision and his spirit lives on. And graduates then, finally, I will say, wherever you go from here, you are ready. You all are ready. You have the skills, you have the knowledge and the strength of character to meet any challenge. You are warriors. You have dedicated yourselves to the service of our nation, and America's security relies on you. I know you will make our country proud. And as your Vice President, it is my profound honor to congratulate you on this tremendous accomplishment and to soon address you as graduates of the United States Air Force Academy. God bless you and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the class president for 2024, Cadet First Class, Adedapo Adeboyejo. The Summer Cadet Wing Commander, Cadet First Class, Haley Kim. The Fall Cadet Wing Commander, Cadet First Class, Isaac Bates. And the Spring Cadet Wing Commander, Cadet First Class, Abigail Worley, will present the class gifts to the Vice President of the United States.
Vice President Harris, for your dedicated service to our nation, to the United States Air Force, to the United States Space Force, and to the United States Air Force Academy. It is with great pride that today's graduating class designates you, by acclamation, an honorary member of the United States Air Force Academy's class of 2024. As tangible evidence of that honor, we ask that you accept this painting by Justin Hayward on behalf of the United States Air Force Academy. We also present you with our class coin as a token of our appreciation.
Ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Brigadier General Linnell Latendra, the Dean of the Faculty.
Well, thank you. And Madam Vice President, before presenting the entire graduating class to you, I would like to highlight a few individuals for special recognition. First, I call your attention to the 99 distinguished graduates who are listed at the top of your program. These cadets, by their overall performance, have placed in the top 10% of their class and have demonstrated excellence in accomplishing the academic, military, and athletic requirements for graduation. If we observe the custom of academic honors, each would be graduating either summa cum laude, magna cum laude, or cum laude. Instead, we use the term distinguished graduate, more fitting for its promise of distinguished service to this nation. At this time, with the distinguished graduates from the Major Leroy W. Homer Jr. class, please rise and be recognized. Thank you. Please be seated. Those soon-to-be lieutenants, identified in your program with an S beside their name, are graduating with Academy Scholar distinction. having completed a challenging academic enrichment path through their 4-year core curriculum as part of our Martinson Honors Program. We would also like to recognize those cadets who have placed in the top 10% of our academic, military, and athletic programs. Identified in your program with a star by their names are cadets graduating with academic distinction. Those with a wreath beside their names are cadets graduating with military distinction. And those identified in the program with a lightning bolt beside their name are cadets graduating with athletic distinction. Those exceptional 13 cadets graduating with all 3 distinctions are identified with a star within a wreath resting on 2 lightning bolts. Please stand as I call your name. Jonathan J. Lowe. Luke Michael George Robinson. Luke Joseph Anderson. Daniel Heredo Avala. Gentry John Lamb. James Morrison Leland IV. Regan Brooke Hanson. Alexandra Denise Griffith. Rebecca Ann Wasenick. Owen Michael Graham. Grace Ann Sublett. Camille Darlene Beisch. Holtman Matthew Dunham. Congratulations, you may be seated. In conclusion, a total of 974 Air Force Academy cadets in this year's class have completed all graduation requirements, and 258 of them, a full 27% of this class, will have their first assignment in graduate school. We are also pleased to have in the class of 2024, 15 international students representing Cambodia, Cameroon, Kosovo, Moldova, Panama, Peru, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Rwanda, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, Tunisia, and Vietnam. Will all of our international students please stand and be recognized? Thank you. Please be seated. And now, Madam Vice President, it gives me great pleasure to present to you the United States Air Force Academy Major Leroy W. Homer Jr. Class of 2024 and recommend each as worthy of the Bachelor of Science degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Candace L. Pipes, Director of Admissions, and Dr. Hal A. Taylor Jr., Associate Dean for Student Academic Affairs and Academy Registrar, will now present the diplomas to the graduating class of 2024.
Will the distinguished graduates please rise and come forward to receive your diplomas? Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, joins us on stage to congratulate each of the graduates of the class of 2024.
The class of 2024's #1 cadet in overall performance and #1 cadet in military performance, Jonathan J. Lowe.
Luke Michael George Robinson.
Luke Joseph Anderson.
Daniel Gerardo Avila.
Samuel Benjamin Widman.
Gentry John Lamb.
James Morrison Leland IV.
Regan Brooke Hansen.
Alexandria Denise Griffith.
Isabel Constance Marie Dernlin.
The class of 2024's #1 cadet in academic performance, Taylor Hayes Edwards.
Emma Grace Dersham.
Rebecca Ann Wozniak.
Eileen Zhao.
Owen Michael Graham.
Jack Thomas Heller.
Madeline Lily Latendra.
Maya Grace Mandium.
Grace Ann Sublette.
Samuel John Brennan.
Shelby Ann Wood.
Aaron Michael Pigeon.
Massimo Alfredo Bergola.
Andrew Graham Schaefer.
Alexandra Renee Masher.
Abigail Elise Worley.
Isaiah Andrew Stickley.
Camille Darlene Beisch.
Jacob Thaddeus Monax.
Amanda Jo Schaefbauer.
Holtman Matthew Dunham.
Alejandro Posadas Nava.
Marion Vera Posner.
Sophie Brianne Callahan.
Emily Ruth Hoffman.
Sarah Madeline Treese.
Isabella Ann Mullally.
Gretchen Lorraine Knox.
James Patrick Christian.
Mason Ridge Bammer.
Brennan Parker Thompson.
Brandon Christopher Burrow.
Cole Julian Hegg.
Alexander Jonathan Simmons.
Abigail Elizabeth Cook.
Brett Matsutoshi Castro.
Bryce Allen Parsons.
Daniel Takeo Hayase.
Allison Marie Langenberg.
Erica Charlotte Gallus.
Peyton Riley Rawson.
Kinsey Emerson Etzelmiller.
Nathaniel Alexander Labar.
Cassidy Marie Kubra.
Cole Erickson Bidding.
Olivia LaRue Hilburn.
Logan Shea O'Brien.
Jordan Tyler Allen.
Angelina Marcine Locricchio.
Gabrielle Reagan Wilson.
Lissa Avery Cagle.
Caitlin Ann Keating.
Luke Benjamin Matlock.
Megan Elizabeth Dumont.
David Miguel Calvo.
Alexis Marie Try.
Holly Jean Boudreau.
Helen Chow Agee.
Christopher Michael Raffson.
Joseph Russell Kinnerson.
Savannah Lee Champagne.
Cassandra Helen Beisch.
Sean Michael Andres.
Aaron Irunda Loya.
Michael Fitzgerald Fay.
Daniel Jacob Smith.
Karen Anna Kuzinski.
Amber Maria Norman.
Justin Keelan Berry.
Kathleen Marie Geyer.
Wendell MacArthur Roberson.
Chase Arthur Clements.
Grace Teresa Trainer.
Isaac Myers Abramovitz.
Lance Edward Weston.
Ryan Heath Lilly.
Michael Patrick McAllister.
Andrew James Crawford.
Ha N Shin.
Giacomo Conde.
Jackson Alexander Cook.
Caitlin Donna Thompson.
Hannah Grace Castellan.
Adedapo David Adeboyejo.
Gregory Albion Estes.
Brock Edward Holmgreen.
John Pan.
Zachary James Holder.
Sydney K. Hayborn.
John, Justin.
Will the remainder of the graduates of 2024 please come forward by squadron to receive your diplomas? Ladies and gentlemen, joining the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, on stage, to your left, Secretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Frank Kendall, and the Superintendent of the Air Force Academy, Lieutenant General Richard M. Clark. To your right, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General David W. Alvin, and the Commandant of Cadets, Brigadier General Gavin P. Marks. Cadet Squadron 1, Evan Wayne Benedict.
Elijah Christopher Bennett.
Ruel Gamad Binyahan.
Capono Duke Blake.
Brooke Michelle Costella.
Damian Andrus Eberhardt.
Madison Marie Felker.
Nicholas Allen Grafe.
Kylie Rogan Haney.
Carson Kevin Holm.
Alexis Gail Lee.
Tiffany Huazring Lee.
Jacob Kyle Moscato.
Savannah Noel Neal.
Ethan Vin Wynn.
Joshua Blake Quarterman.
Sungmin Shim.
Jacob Samuel Sabayan.
Avery James Taylor.
Anthony Edward Terrasas.
Cannon Russell Turner.
Tyler John Wheeler.
Cadet Squadron 2, Aaron Michael Castellano.
Russell William Cha.
Amy Madeline Cinnamon.
Thomas Arthur Clark.
Cooper Thomas Conklin.
Rachel Pearl Kreitzer.
Noah Andrew Grady.
Mariah Elizabeth Height.
Jalen Christopher Johnson.
Joshua Aaron Laniado Guerrero.
Matthew Clark Levine.
Jose Francisco Melgarejo.
Hannah Alicia Miller.
Karen Quinnet Miranda.
Caitlin Madison Nestor.
Angelica Mia Noyola.
Caleb August Park.
Christian Heinrich Sieber.
Andrew Richard Miles Setzer.
Lucas Dorr Walls.
Cadet Squadron 3, Hannah Lee Kulanug Balasabas.
Mason Riley Balboa.
Andrew Grant Boydigan.
Ian Robert Christie.
Brandon Anthony Cobb.
Kevin Zapata Collins.
Seth Romuald Cornelius.
Zachary Blake Curd.
Sydney Lauren Day.
Wyatt Avery Hendrickson.
Hao Ming Shi.
Brooke Carolyn Hughes.
Karis Kim.
Jacob Matthew Miller.
Hector Fernando Natividad.
Sean Patrick O'Connell.
Natalie Vaughn Opava.
Reed Lewis Pennington.
Nicholas Coleman Race.
Christian William Richat.
Wyatt Glenn Schmidt.
Kayla Hyung Suh.
Valeria Jean Venable.
Sean James Walsh.
Lindsay Grace Weber.
Luke Alexander Wells.
Cody Michael Yoon.
Cadet Squadron 4. Sophie Renee Allen.
Jared Edward Barney.
Nigel Alexander Cook.
Mika Nakama Cutler.
Caleb Joshua Dale.
Alyssa Kate De Niro.
Margaret Ann DeRuggiero.
Darren Lee Chung Fang.
Adriana Estefany Funes Aguila.
Jose Miguel Galliano Apaza.
Ryan Joseph Hermes.
Braden Mitchell Holcomb.
Wesley Thomas Hughes.
Benjamin Patrick Martin.
Glenn Tamatoa Mageki.
Connor Michael McEntee.
Jeremiah Lucas Pinion.
Aaron Maximus Powers.
Zachary James Pribble.
Quinn Joseph Richards.
Daniel Junho Sun.
Nicole Yukari Utt.
Dylan Harold West.
Lindsay Alexis Winograd.
Cadet Squadron 5. Ella Rose Austin.
Penina D'Souza.
Sydney Peyton Davis.
Christian Avery DePollard.
Thaddeus Merton Dewing.
Claudia Charlotte DeStasso.
Keegan Nathaniel Eider.
Michael Hess Ernst.
Tyson Dwayne Gertis.
Sage Marie Corti.
Logan Keith Landrum.
John Matthew Letty.
Eugene Pookela Martin.
Alexander Falco Morrison.
Wesley Vitalis Ndago.
John Tyler Olson.
Hayes Jackson Platt.
Nina Ruth Prince.
Jose Anthony Rodriguez.
Benjamin Lance Tatt.
Mason Brenneman Vasta.
Othniel Hans Wetlison.
Corinne Abigail Yorkman.
Madison Hope Zinn.
Cadet Squadron 6. Anahoya Pikake Alama.
Ethan Michael Bailey.
Haley Brooke Barton.
John Eric Baranian.
Nolan Andrew Brody.
Connor Scott Carey.
Christopher Patrick Dolan.
Eric Joseph DeLuga.
Rachel Naomi Eberhardt.
Isabella Lillian Flodine.
Brian Andrew Garcia.
James Lowell Habenstrait.
Marissa Yu-Chung Howard.
Daniel Jung.
Ethan Ellis Marley.
Dante Gabriel Orlando.
Alex Jeffrey Patton.
Jocelyn Tate Ratzlaff.
Joseph Thompson Schell.
Jack Sutherland Scholes.
Kyle Gabriel Vargas.
Austin J. Woodring.
Nicholas James Zagrosser.
Cadet Squadron 7, Matthew Farmer Andrews.
Owen Andrew Burke.
Elena Lynn Castaneda.
Mi-ai Cho.
Emma Elizabeth Finch.
Luke Kenneth Foster.
Jeremiah Michael Garcia.
Daniel Tomas Garza.
Peter Andrew Garrels.
Audrey Lynn Hines.
Jasmine DeAndrea Jacob.
Jake Thornton Jandra.
Jaden Samin Kim.
Brockton Shane Leitner.
Svinya Melina Lindquist.
James Carroll Matchett.
Thomas Shane Reardon.
Raquel Suzanne Rush.
Brennan William Siebert.
Luis Javier Silva Gomez.
James Connor Smith.
William James Velker.
Alexander Levi Wilfong.
Joseph Wilson.
Daniel Christopher Workman.
Cadet Squadron 8, Klein Matthew Alt.
Abdulmalik Golade Ario.
Samuel Smith de la Cruz.
Graham Matthew Dixon.
Andrew Jefferson Firkany.
Michaela Emery Flores.
Evelyn Ihuku Fujinaka.
James Achilles Huber.
Daniel Raymond Kennedy.
Hannah Haun Kim.
Cole Moyer Landis.
Suzanne Marie Luthi.
Angie Michelle Maravi Campos.
Nicholas Anthony Marconi.
Thorson Leaf Paglialong.
Sarah Melissa Skrepchansky.
Christian Robert Sherman.
William Edward Stacks.
Cadet Squadron 9, Farouk Mayawa Akande.
Anton John Joseph Dom.
Taylor Brooks Davis.
Jacob Bradley DeJean.
Mark Wendell Deers.
Olivia Montford Gilbert.
Ava L. Gilliana.
Daniel Jackson Youngerman.
Jet Ishmael Knight.
Evan Shane Comslees.
Alyssa Lynn LaCour.
Benjamin Lee.
Keelan Cecile Matuzik.
Brian James Mullen.
Colton Ian Odell.
Eric Matthew Fathenbickler.
Aaron Leanne Sires.
Ethan Grant Smith.
Madigan Adele Starr.
Joseph Lorenzo Toronto.
Cadet Squadron 10. Albin Bidachi.
Faith Mackenzie Collins.
Joshua Averett DeMorris.
Amanda Lynn Fraga.
Jaden Tate Goodwin.
Hannah Morgan Green.
Liam David King.
Noah Daniel Lewis.
Anthony Joseph Lyons.
Caden Noah Mactinger.
Abigail Rose McHugh.
Joshua Kayuan Miao.
Jackson Cole Price.
James Dominic Schumacher.
Adrian James Stanfield.
Isaac Luis Stewart.
Calvin Troy Sund.
Chloe Arden Surrency.
Noah Amos Wentworth.
Blaze Edward Williams.
Jonathan Warner Youngblood.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining Vice President Harris on stage. To your left, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General David W. Alvin, and the Dean of the Faculty, Brigadier General Linnell A. Latendra. To your right, the Chief of Space Operations, General B. Chance Saltzman, and the Director of Athletics, Mr. Nathan A. Pine. Cadet Squadron 11, Theodore Vincent Accardi.
Zachary Bryce Benner.
Ethan Hamilton Blakeney.
Caden Conrad Bloom.
Andrew Almario Kanda.
Jonathan Jamar Clark.
Evan Michelle Cowden.
Blake Christopher Eastman.
Angelo Oscar Gagnac.
Doyle Christopher Gehring.
Mary Olivia Henderson.
David Yapsira Hoganson.
Savannah Suzanne Ledbetter.
Robert Martinez.
Aiden Curtis McLaughlin.
Grace Sophia Nelson.
Victor Lai Nguyenqua.
Carly Lynn Nedzvetsky.
Carolus Joseph Odelohouse.
J. Andrew Thomason.
Rory McGrew White.
Cadet Squadron 12. Bailey Jean Brookhiser.
Parker Oliver Brush.
Jeremy Nathan Chen.
Ryan Scott Child.
Christian Michael Cosner.
Valerie Rolls Dalka.
Rachel Michelle Higgins.
Kai Alohilani Cam.
Luke Norman King.
Sean Robert Mason.
Matthew Brian Mendoza.
Kiara Lynn Morales.
Grace Catherine Newman.
Svetoslav Nikolaev Nikolov.
Pierce Raymond Akin.
Caleb Allen Parks.
Keaton Moon Pond.
Harvey Els Regin.
Caleb Matthew Rios.
Leah Elizabeth Watson.
Sam Richard Wolf.
Cadet Squadron 13. Briley Wayne Alexander.
Ayushi Bonzal.
Joshua D. Bowman.
Charles Thomas Butts.
Murphy Elijah Coram.
Riley Hannah Deans.
Sean Fraser Eddie Jost.
Garrett Patrick Hennigan.
William Keith Hockmeister.
Andrew Reed Holloway.
Jordan Sabrin Renee Ives.
Youngjin Kwan.
Aiden Wilson McCullough.
Ronald Seth Metter.
Colleen Elizabeth Mulbarger.
Naya Giselle Oster.
Griffin Thomas Peter.
Nilesh Umar Sundhu.
Evan William Sievers.
Jaden Elijah Thiergood.
Ryan Ethan Torres.
Isabella Marie Wax.
Kaya Larice Wishala.
Cadet Squadron 14. Jacqueline Ann Andrade.
Aiden James Aussie.
Georgia Anderson Butler.
Noah Patrick Blake.
J-Ray Darius Brown.
Jackson Thomas Conley.
Alexander Anthony Cortez.
Keshawn Chain Creaky Jr.
Ethan Andrew Dean.
Dean P. Fecto.
Nathan Robert Horn.
Caroline Rose Caston.
Lauren Avery Leduc.
Swan On Win.
Lydia Janet Pensenschwam.
Zachary Douglas Randazzo.
Samuel James Smith.
Mikhail Ahmed Stifler.
Jordan Angelina Wagner.
Helen Francis Works.
Andrew John Young.
Cadet Squadron 15, Gianna Felicia Marie Adams.
Wesley Scott Bailey.
Benjamin William Britton.
Austin Christoph Brown.
Liam Paul Deneen.
Elizabeth Michelle Flynn.
Trace Austin Gorman.
Joy Camille Harvey.
Hyun Huh.
Michael Christopher Keith.
Morgan Margaret Krebs.
Nicholas David Howard Martin.
Colby Brooks McRae.
Nadine Gafak.
Amelia Elizabeth Pozninski.
Chancellor Carr Roach.
Randall Tucker Rodriguez.
Jacob Mitchell Sansing.
Andrew Michael Savage.
Skylar Braylon Stromoski.
Dylan Chase Tomlinson.
Peter Joseph Van Sice.
Brennan Tyler Worrell.
Cadet Squadron 16. Isis Kyra Dakota Budd.
Mason Elijah Carlin.
Daniel Luke Chadwick.
Emily Ann Denslow.
Robert Lauren Downing III.
Ainsley May Durand.
Aaron Mateo Garcia.
Jacques Alexander Goldberg.
Sydney Grace Gunter.
Ryan Mitchell Hebert.
Bryce Lee Helmer.
Olivia Marika Holmes.
Eric Hajan Joe.
Amy Rose Leclerc.
Alex Matthew Mercier.
Ryan Philip Moore.
James Witten Phillips.
Emma Elizabeth Redmond.
Matthew Andrew Cedillo.
Jackson Alexander Spexarth.
Aaron Nicholas Vincent.
Corwin Ethan Whiff.
Cadet Squadron 17. Katrina Noel Benson.
Lauren Elise Blackwelder.
William George Burns II.
Kai Fatso Kavan.
John Rock Dureski.
Robert James Godshall.
Keegan Douglas Hathaway.
Luke Anthony Jacobs.
Nicholas Hyunsa Kimmy.
Cole Michael Copperroot.
Shira Naomi Littman.
Margaret Page Marlowe.
Nathan Ray Polk.
Brinley Nicole Rawson.
Vegas Aurora Rohaley.
Remy Ferguson Smith.
Michael Christopher Stannis.
James Reed Walker.
Kyle David Wilson.
David Wan.
Cadet Squadron 18, Adam Godwin Bell.
Garrett Jack Bronton.
Alexis Madison Brown.
Cameron Suzanne Irie Camarada.
Elizabeth Patricia Cassidy.
Taylor Jordan Dack.
Sierra Marie Dindorf.
Jack Everett Foster.
Braden Martin Gabe.
Caroline Dale Gavin.
Benjamin John Harms.
Carson Jet Harris.
Dylan Michael Henry.
William Logan Hubert.
Aaron Curtis Kuznick.
Eric Michael Velasco Lazo.
Daria D. McMillan.
Janae Alexis Martin.
Noah Andrew McGregor.
Hallie Jade Pelletier.
Joshua Alexander Richards.
Keely Lynn Shaughnessy.
Eric Tuyizere.
John Carl Vera.
Cadet Squadron 19, Kendall Nicole Barrows.
Dalia Margine Cheney.
Robinson Cooper Dale.
Alondra Hernandez.
Lucas Ryan Jones.
Alexander James Kennedy.
Mikhail Bryce LaChapelle.
Mark Daniel Lema.
Christopher Brandon Lindley.
Morgan Grace Matioka.
Kyle Sean McCarthy.
Caitlin Ann McGarry.
Joseph David Moore.
Isaiah James Noldner.
Jack Thomas Ramshaw.
James Tanner Shirky Fisher.
Tatiana Amari Seiler.
William Robert Sonleitner.
Haley Ann Stels.
Winton Emmett Yerby IV.
Cadet Squadron 20, Cole Garrett Balmus.
Addison Gage Batten.
Kyle Anthony Brown.
Marcus DeAndre Carter.
Mabel Choi.
Madeline Grace Compatello.
William Peter Gavin.
Riley Madison Gerganis.
Javen Justin Harris.
Colin Glenn Laird.
Rafael Angel Maldonado.
Jacob Walter Marti.
Christina Grace McCune.
Neva Marie Mitchell.
Francis Juan Munoz.
Ezra Michael Paul.
John Marcus Riggins.
Gavin John Sunderland.
Noelle Elizabeth Swift.
Sophia Targon.
Christopher Thibodeau.
Tyler Michael Vanetta. Ladies and gentlemen, joining Vice President Harris on stage, to your right, the Executive Director of Athletics, Ms. Jennifer A. Block.
Cadet Squadron 21, Dante Harold Aletto.
Jacob Alexander Avalar.
Andre Patrick Berkner.
Perry Easton Burkett.
Caitlin Kathleen Canada.
Cosmo D. Sao.
Anaya Eden Cosby.
Elise Nicole Crabtree.
Tegan Alphonse Glenn.
Saffron Lee Hewitt Qualls.
Jacob Michael James.
Evan Kroll Lang.
Clayton Tyler Mayer.
Ryan Leland McClung.
Kyle Michael Moats.
Alec Douglas Mock.
Sonia Jennifer Nelson.
David Han Sol No.
Jacob Hunter Poogies.
Paul Marcus Rickershauser.
Luke Anthony Renge.
Jack Christopher Sinise.
Aiden Michael Tolan.
McKenna Marie Tuggle.
John Francis Valeka.
Lauren Cedeno Bond.
Cadet Squadron 22, Alexander Jameson Ankney.
Christian Lee Ashley.
Colton William Bird.
Leonardo Camacho.
James Wyatt Chastain.
Shane Haun Chow.
Sarah Diane Dawes.
Matthew Ethan Flores.
Annalise Molly Galloway.
Bryce Patrick Hagan.
Nicholas James Hamby.
Macy Lynn Hoppus.
Caleb Clark McGill.
Aubrey Carol Miller.
Matthew Paul Minich.
Ashley Mandy Neese.
Samantha Myungun No.
Connor Eric Olson.
Annalise Huddy Ortiz.
Clayton Michael Peeler.
Annalie Inez Pena.
James Alexis Scatina.
Arden Lewis Taylor.
Kira Lynn Watts.
Robert Andrew Woodcock.
Cadet Squadron 23, Kiana Ray Kazumi Barulia.
Ryan Patrick Cote.
Elizabeth Sue Deards.
Ryan Luis Ramos del Rosario.
Isaac Daniel Hanley.
Maxwell Dean Heipel.
Gregory Michael Hill.
Casey Frazier Jerry.
Seth Adam Kelsey.
Kimberly Grace Kincaid.
Zachary Derek Kohler.
Tola Long.
Jackson Diaz Macias.
Hillary Tran Nolan.
Tristan Terrence Osborne.
Christiana Elpida Paljug.
Anthony James Para.
Giano Michael Petruccelli.
Genta Joe Sasamori.
Cody Carter Savage.
Dylan Scott Steele.
Kayla Marie Williams.
Maylin Jade Wong.
Cadet Squadron 24. Ashley Ann Arbogast.
Mason Montgomery Bug.
Antonio Francis Cruz.
Christian Sadil De Jesus.
Zachary M. Del Puerto.
David Morgan Hom.
Kirsten Eileen Plocker.
Timothy Eugene Martin Jr.
Kyle David Kramer.
Jacob William Sampier.
Frank Jawei Song.
James Gabriel St. Pierre.
Paige Jean Marie Sullivan.
Aristomenes Charles Tembakis.
Jack Arthur Trenish III.
Yoon.
Cadet Squadron 25. Bridget Therese Barkmeyer.
Thomas John Bartholf.
Taylor Amani Britt.
James Monroe Bryant IV.
Maximilian John Buck.
David Franklin Kopuk.
Lindley Jongmei Davis.
Cannon Ann Dirador.
Maximiliano Jose Fuster.
Evan Timothy Haskins.
Brian William Hubbard.
Andrew Lee Eisen.
Hannah Kate Kuhlman.
Michael Andrew Linhart.
Thomas Charles Lickert.
Jamson Avasia Mendoza.
Travis James Norte.
Madison Marie Rader.
Andrew Winchy Ratcliffe.
Kevin Joaquin Sanchez.
Benjamin Hunter Smoley.
Anthony Baung Tonthat.
Cadet Squadron 26. Robert William Ball.
Zachary Edward Bollinger.
Charles Javier Calapini Jr.
Colin James Chilton.
Caitlin Ann Dindorf.
Ronan Carl Hines Edwards.
Catherine Ann Evans.
Jonathan Emilio Garden.
Philip Charles Hundle.
Samuel Chanyong June.
Jackson Edward Kaiser.
Sydney Grace Keeson.
Kate Avery Leonard.
Trevin Austin May.
Chanan Malianu.
Chase Michael Martindale.
Travis Anthony Meyer.
Madison Marie Oren.
Jeremiah Steve Nicholas Palika.
Caroline Kaya Rainskenmeyer.
James David Russ.
Matthew Serrano.
Nicholas James Waters.
Cadet Squadron 27, Blake William Baldwin.
Nicole Julia Block.
Jenna Elizabeth Breeden.
Levi Michael Carpenter.
Adam Henry Cohen.
Alize Eve Davis.
Casey Jonathan Dutro.
Alawale Famuloni.
Monroe Reina Frucci.
Philip Michael Golder.
Garrison Cooper Greenwald.
Anya Keiko Ashida.
Mason Rees Jobert.
The class of 2024's #1 cadet in athletic performance, Garrett Davis Kuchin.
Samuel George Kulasingham.
Philip Joshua Ramsey.
Abigail Ryan.
Hunter David Sherry.
Crew William Squires.
John Patrick Shreenan.
Stephen Torres.
Brandon Matthew Yan.
Cadet Squadron 28, Blake Wallace Balzer.
Parker Ogden Brown.
Robert Allen Chenoweth.
Lindsay K. Gray.
Ryan Patrick Hidalgo.
Josiah James Hughes.
Stephen Todd Isles.
Regina Yehi Kim.
Noah Justin Kipp.
Noah Lee.
Shayla Ann Markle.
Russell Joseph Olson.
Grant Eugene Pierce.
Nalea Elise Richardson.
Peter Raymond Richard.
Marcus Allen Sander.
Elizabeth Carey Sherns.
Tyler Conrad Sims.
Amber Lauren Soto.
Joshua Carl Wodrick.
Oliver Zavel.